risk, including the potential loss of principal.
Whew. That shot was money, Lisa. Hey, speaking of, did you ever figure out what to do with your parents' old coin collection?
Not yet. I need a reputable dealer to appraise them. I have no clue what they're worth.
I just finished working on my dad's estate collections. I took it all to Fox Valley Coins. Their customer service was the best. Plus, they're super honest and reputable, but most importantly, experienced. They'll give you the best prices.
Really? They handle estate collections?
Absolutely. Buying, selling, appraising, they do it all. It was quick and simple, and we maintained our privacy. Fox Valley Coins made the whole process easy.
That's exactly what I need. Are they local?
Right in Naperville. They have an easy website to remember. FoxValleyCoins.com.
Perfect. Now let's see if you can return this shot.
Whether buying or selling or just want valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your trusted gold and silver dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
There's a financial article that had this advice about spending money in retirement. Don't touch your Social Security until 70. Don't touch your 401k until 73. Don't touch your Roth IRA until everything else is gone. Okay, so what's missing? Well, you got to eat. Aren't we past the point of our lives when our mommy slaps our hands and says, don't touch that? That's not what you're going to hear when you call Alpha Wealth Group. You've worked hard to get where you are at this point in your life. It's time to enjoy yourself and your money. The complimentary discovery meeting will show you how to grow and protect money, how to reduce taxes, what to do about Social Security, and most importantly, how to build your monthly income so you can have confidence in your retirement and enjoy yourself. Call Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group today at 630-864-6711 and ask for a complimentary discovery visit. You can also visit Alpha Wealth Group at alphawealthgroup.com, or you can call 630-864-6711.
Digging on your property poses serious risks. One wrong move can damage underground utility lines, cut off essential services, or cause physical harm. Prevent a disaster by knowing what's below. Contact Julie before you dig to request utilities locate their underground lines for free. When planting, building, adding, or fixing anything outdoors, plan ahead to stay safe. Contact juliebeforeyoudig.com. Every project, every time.
juliebeforeyoudig.com.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Fox Valley Coins.
It's May 5th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Cinco de Mayo. The origins of the day go back to the Franco-Mexican War of the 1860s, as 2,000 Mexican soldiers held off 6,000 French soldiers in the Battle of the Puebla in 1861. In the U.S., Cinco de Mayo is celebrated as a day of Mexican-American heritage and pride. Also on this date in 1891, Carnegie Hall in New York City opened for the first time. Peter Tchaikovsky was the guest conductor. The soundtrack to West Side Story went to #1 on the charts in 1962.
Skyscrapers blooming America, Cadillacs zooming America.
The iconic musical would stay at the top spot for 54 weeks. If it's your birthday today, you share it with actor Henry Cavill, born in 1983, and English singer Adele, born in 1988. I'm Tushar Saxena with your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Right now, MyPillow is having 2 sales in 1. The first is a closeout sale on Percale bed sheets. Any size and any color, just $25. That's right. You can even get queens, kings, split kings, and cow kings. Any size and any color, just $25. 11 colors to choose from. When they're gone, they're gone. The second sale is a new energy drink called Rev 7, a premium energy drink that is actually good for you. It tastes great and gives you energy all day. Plus, it has no sugar, no caffeine, so you don't experience those jitters and crashes that we've all been through with the other energy drinks. What makes Rev 7 so special is that it's powered with a premium nootropic that helps fuel your mind and provides the most efficient and cleanest fuel ever. For a limited time, get an introductory 3-pack absolutely free. These amazing offers won't last long, so order now. Just go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201. Promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Tony Dreyfus, founder and president of Metropolis Coffee Company and a proud new customer of Signature Bank. We're a 19-year-old specialty coffee roaster located in the heart of Chicago. Some of your favorite restaurants and cafes serve our coffee. As a small business manufacturer, we understand the importance of working with the right bank, and that's why we made the move to Signature Bank. We were tired of the impersonal service that our large bank had provided. A friend referred us to Signature Bank, and their team was on site to understand our operations firsthand. They provided us the working capital to continue our successful business operations and to fuel our ambitions for innovation and growth. We now have the flexibility to grow at our own pace. That personal touch, you can't find that at a large bank, but we found it at Signature, and we can't thank them enough.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Carol Platt-Liebau for townhall.com. By now, everyone knows what Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan allegedly did. She reportedly directed ICE agents away from her courtroom where they were waiting to arrest an illegal immigrant. She then allegedly helped the illegal immigrant escape through a non-public area, although he was caught shortly thereafter. To become a Wisconsin state court judge, Hannah Dugan took an oath. She swore to uphold the law, both of Wisconsin and of the United States. That means all the laws, including America's immigration law, not just the laws she agrees with. The left accuses President Trump of creating a constitutional crisis. In fact, judges like Hannah Dugan are creating the crisis by forgetting their constitutional role. They destroy respect for the judiciary and for our constitutional system by behaving like activists in robes. Dugan should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. I'm Carol Platt-Liebau.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
Maha starts with Virago, making America healthy again. With the worst flu season in years, you need an immune system boost. The stronger your immune system, the stronger your body fights and defends against So get Virago. Virago Immune Enhancement Support is a unique blend of 23 nutraceuticals, ingredients that have been available as individual nutraceuticals, but now working in synergy to maximize their effects. Recommended by medical physicians, dentists, and other healthcare professionals, Virago is the nutraceutical cocktail for immune support. Developed to strengthen your immune system for quick response to immune challenges, for short and long-term immunity, antiviral, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant. It even protects your heart, kidneys, liver, all in a unique liquid supplement for better absorption. Order online at myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com. myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Quality ingredients for optimum health. Maha. Making America healthy again starts with Virago.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Set sail August 16th through the 23rd on the Patriots Alaska Cruise with me, Mike Gallagher, and our friends Larry Elder and Jennifer Horn, Joe Piscopo. Experience breathtaking glaciers, fjords, and wildlife, all while diving into critical discussions about America's future with hundreds of like-minded patriots on the ship. Cabins are going fast. Text TRAVEL to 94878 right now to secure your spot before it's too late. Just text the keyword TRAVEL to 94878 for the Patriots Alaska Cruise.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just one light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Considerable cloudiness today with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Warmer tomorrow, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon, reaching a high of 70 tomorrow. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We'd be remiss if we didn't reflect upon the passing of former governor and convicted felon We get to say that a lot in describing former governors. Former governor and convicted felon George Ryan, who it was announced passed away at the end of the week at the age of, I think, 91.
Yeah. He died at his home in Kankakee, surrounded by his family. And now he joins his wife in heaven, Laura Lynn. Remember
her? So reflecting on the legacy of George Ryan.
Oh, boy.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. The impact that he had. Does he represent a seminal figure in Illinois politics? Does he represent a watershed moment, or is he a watershed figure in Illinois politics? I mean, you look back at the last 25 years, as many of our listeners are able to do, of the Illinois experience, and think about the George Ryan tenure, and not just the tenure, but George Ryan's ascent to the governorship, because it's one that was that occurred prior to him, immediately prior to him. Jim Edgar, Secretary of State, then governor. Jim Edgar, a downstater. I mean, Kankakee's not downstate, but it's outside of the Chicago area, which is unusual. So the model that he created and how it all came tumbling down, and the lessons that the Republican Party, well, both parties, but particularly the Republican Party in terms of rebuilding itself in the wake of that disaster, failed to learn, still have failed to learn 2 decades later. You know, if you want to understand how you got to a place, then you need to analyze the history that led you to that place, right? It's not pretty straightforward. So we just sort of memory bank George Ryan, say, oh, no, it's too bad. He had a life. Let's not speak ill of the dead. Let's just move on and focus on the present without reckoning with the past. I don't know, just interesting.
Well, didn't you
all these things happen. George Ryan passes. Mike Madigan goes to jail. Well, not yet, but he's awaiting sentencing. Ed Burke goes to jail. One after the other. The whole carnival atmosphere around Rod Blagojevich. Just sort of one embarrassing politician after another. One potentate who most of the civic institutions, including the press corps, and the civic leaders kowtow to for their time as potentates. You just see this one after the other, some running concurrent, many running concurrent over the last 50 years. And there's not a lesson to be learned.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also text us on the very same line. Was there anything that he did that you admired? I mean, I know that you're against the death penalty, and he made international headlines when he halted our state's death penalty.
Yeah, and there's exactly the wrong way to do it.
He did it the wrong way?
Yeah, you lived through it. You remember how he did it? He just unilaterally declared a moratorium.
Right.
Yeah, that's not the way you do it. I would argue he didn't have the power to do it. Now, the record of Illinois with the death penalty up until that moratorium was instituted was not great. That's for sure. Problems with the criminal justice system in Illinois. But of course, we don't look at the problems of the criminal justice system. We just focus in on the governor's action in response to some of those problems. He did it the wrong way. It was insulting to the victims' families. It was a way for, I think it was a bit of a cause celeb that he could latch onto to distance himself from the endemic corruption in his administration, both as Secretary of State and governor. So, yeah, I mean, I don't look at that fondly.
Well, here he is back in the day talking about it.
Some of the hardcore guards that were there didn't like my stance on the death penalty. Those guys are all pretty much pro-death penalty, and they kind of gave me a little bad time.
Basically was that if I had left office without doing anything,
I woke up one morning and found out that some innocent person had died. I would have had to live with that the rest of my life, but I did. It cost me a few friends, but that's the way it is.
Yeah, this was all presented, and it was presented even in the eulogies in the press by Hetty Ratner and types like that, who have to cover their own misdeeds as a illustration of his empathy. Really, so the power he had is as governor is to pardon or commute. If you want to repeal the death penalty, go through the General Assembly. If you want to make sure an innocent person isn't executed or even languishes on death row, then you don't do it unilaterally, because not everybody on death row was innocent, were they? You do it case by case.
Right.
And he didn't do that because it was a public display of his quote-unquote empathy, doing something for the purpose, as I said, of distancing himself from his ignominious conduct and that of his administration. So that's an attempt, as is typical, to rewrite history, because there are so many people involved in facilitating the ascent of these bad actors that they have to cast him as he wasn't that bad a guy either. And I'm not that bad a guy or gal myself, even though I was a toady of George Ryan, a financier of George Ryan. I mean, and I'm just using George Ryan as the latest example. I've just mentioned several others. I could go on for all 4 hours this morning mentioning politicians, but I'm unsurprised by it, because it's happened so routinely that to feign surprise would be disingenuous.
Yeah, but this time people died. I mean, 6 of the Willis kids died in the CDL scandal.
I'm well aware.
No, but I'm just saying that, other politicians have been corrupt, but I don't think people have died. This was a direct cause of the actions that were created for the kickbacks for the Secretary of State's office. All along, he always denied it, remember?
Was I involved in selling driver's licenses to people illegally? Hell no, I wasn't. I didn't have anything to do. Would I have tolerated it? Hell no.
Yeah, I mean,
Famous
it was
words. That soundbite, I always remember that.
It defies the reasonable man standard in terms of not understanding what was going on in terms of how state employees were raising money for George Ryan fundraisers for the purposes of George Ryan's electoral interests. And it was very much like, I mean, I could go on chapter and verse because I was there. Yeah. I was in state government at the time. And I go chapter and verse on it. He was one of those guys where, no, I never took any money. But, when I went on a fishing trip to Costa Rica with the hog, Roger Stanley, who's another corrupt politician and turned out and then became the printer of choice and mailing house of choice for people like George Ryan. When I went on fishing trips in Costa Rica with the hog, I just reached in my pocket and money'd always be there. But I never took any money.
No, never.
Yeah, it's insulting to the person with any sort of common sense about how and any sort of basic understanding about how these things work. But that's my point is and the reason I even bring up George Ryan is because of these eulogies that I've read over the weekend. And I'm not trying to, pile on here. It's more what I said at the outset. Any lessons to be learned? It's just you want to know why things have continued to deteriorate in Illinois is because neither party, but particularly the party that provides ostensibly the opposition, has not learned, I mean, really a single thing about that time and those catastrophes. And that was the moment, even after 30 years, 3 decades of Republican governors of Thompson, Edgar, and Ryan, that was the time to say, oh, you know what? The spoils of war power, the spoils of war political model that we've been using. And by the way, you don't think Jim Edgar was engaged in some of the practices that George Ryan was and just didn't draw scrutiny because 6 people weren't killed? You don't think a lot of these politicians didn't use their office and office personnel for political purposes? I mean, give me a break.
Of course they did. Think of like Dorothy Brown. Remember when she had Jeans Day on Friday, but you had to pay $3 to the coffer?
Yeah, well, Dorothy Brown is like,
I know, but I'm just saying that
I'm
that's an
talking about the
example of-
people who in their minds have like, oh, we need to go back to the era where Jim Edgar, good government, straight laced, by the books kind of guy. Anybody remember the MSI scandal? I go chapter and verse on that too. It's all nonsense. But it's the people, Dorothy Brown's obvious. You know,
Yeah.
some of them are obvious. It's the people that in some people's minds were above the fray and beyond reproach that were neither. And so when George Ryan imploded the Republican Party, that was the opportunity to say, we're going to chart a different course. And instead, the Republican Party has relentlessly charted the same course with much less effective political players. And thus, you look around and the people that used to be your neighbors are not here, and you're probably thinking about an exit strategy, and you're probably all but thrown up your hands. Why things are the way they are. Fun thought experiment. Joe in Hoffman Estates.
Hey, happy Monday, guys. Pretty much all the Illinois governors seem to make license plates at the end of their career while they're in prison, number one. But it's something that I have to say with George Ryan, I used to own a trucking company way back in the day. And I would say, I can't tell you how many people that I know that said when he was in office that they got their plate by throwing $500 on the seat and then taking it right around in the truck and then getting their CDL, hazmat, tanker, anything you wanted. I mean,
Thanks for the call, Joe. We're up against the clock. But yeah, no, it was endemic corruption in the Secretary of State's office that preceded George Ryan and then grew under George Ryan. Yeah, it's
All right.
true.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We hear more from, speaking of cause celebs, the left's latest cause celeb, Abrego Garcia's wife, more from her appearances in court seeking protective orders against the Maryland man at 5:38.
But first, let's stop into the newsroom and get the headlines.
Good morning. It's 48 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. You'll need a real ID starting Wednesday to board a domestic flight. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real ID is an enhanced security driver's license. The government will begin collecting defaulted student loan payments starting today. The collection efforts will be the first since the start of the pandemic. The Trump administration says the debt will be collected through a Treasury Department program that withholds payments from tax refunds, wages, and government benefits. Governor Pritzker says he's not decided if he's going to seek a third term in office. He appeared on the Jimmy Kimmel Show last week. Pritzker was evasive with the TV host's question about a possible presidential run in 2028. He responded by saying there's a lot of time between now and when you're suggesting. Some people close to Pritzker expect him to seek a third term at the end of this month. This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Level 10 Coatings.
8 years. It has been 8 years since QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and this is remarkable. Using regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. These are biologic growth factors with robust healing properties, carefully and strategically placed in your joint. Listen, it's a powerful and potent way to give your joints the new life and repairing old tissue. Best part, there's no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Imagine doing all the things you enjoy this summer without joint pain. Here's what I want you to do. Contact my good friends at QC Kinetics and ask for your free consultation. You have nothing to lose. Saturday appointments available. The number to call is 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Rick Borick, host of Unleash Your Wealth, talks about the importance of tax planning in retirement.
A qualified financial planner can take you through all the steps to show you every single legal way you can use to reduce and minimize your state income taxes across the board so that, again, you keep more of your money and your family keeps more of your money.
Unleash Your Wealth, Saturday at 7 a.m. and our new time at 2 p.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
It's your life, your legacy. Shouldn't it be your choice? For nearly 2 centuries, Catholic Cemetery Chicago has been a haven for families, offering sacred spaces to honor these legacies. Take an active role by pre-planning your final arrangements. Alleviate your loved ones a future financial burden. Lock in today's prices and take advantage of no interest payments and no hidden fees. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's Sponsored Jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today, considerable cloudiness with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Tomorrow, warmer, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon. We'll see a high of 70. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So more of the court records associated with Abrego Garcia, the Maryland band that the new Marxist Party is intent on making one of their mascots and springing him from an El Salvadoran prison so he can come back, quote unquote, home to Maryland, even though he was here illegally. And there is a pretty compelling amount of evidence that he is a gangbanger with MS-13, which has been declared a terrorist organization by the State Department. So
sounds like he terrorized his wife, too.
Other than that, yeah. This was her representations in a Maryland court several years back about, in pursuit of a protective order about the abuse that she suffered at the hands of the Democrats' favorite member of MS-13.
I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December. But I didn't show up to the court because his family, washed my brain telling me that his dad was sick and not to do it. So I didn't do anything. But after that, it was I would call the police. I have a lot of police reports, and I kept trying to get to the door basement to try to open the door, and then he pushed me. So then when I was able to go outside to get a phone, I called 911 from a disconnected phone. Now they took a long time to get to the house. It was probably 20-30 minutes. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react. I have pictures of the evidence, all the bruises, because even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on the same line. Is this why, Dan, you said on Friday that Hakeem Jeffries is telling members of Congress, don't go down to El Salvador anymore and surround yourself with this guy?
Yeah.
Remember you mentioned that? And I was like,
Senator Von Hollen may be being pictured having margaritas with this guy in an El Salvadorian prison or just outside of one is maybe not the greatest optics. Now, interesting, too, because remember his wife went on one of those morning shows,
Good
whichever
Morning
one
America.
employs Michael Strahan.
Good Morning
And she was pressed on this. Michael Strahan, as best he could, he's limited, would try to raise this issue, and she doesn't want to talk about it now.
I have to ask it. You did take out a temporary order of protection against your husband in 2021. Were you in fear of your husband?
No, I did it because I wasn't.
My husband is alive. That's all I can say.
Okay, and I'm not going to push on that, apparently.
A probing interview. Well, it would have been nice to say, well,
sports guy.
It's obvious, but so maybe she's afraid. Maybe she's in now, the political crucible, and she's uncomfortable. But just in case that people on the left would suggest, we don't know, it's an accusation. We don't know, it's just a tattoo. We don't know. He may have been just driving from Texas to Maryland with a bunch of buddies on a little cross-country getaway. Sure. Taken in the light most favorable to the MS-13 member. That's what the leftists want to do. But the wife's own words when she wasn't in the political crucible 4 years ago seeking a protective order, I would say are certainly damaging.
It doesn't help his reputation. But you know why she's staying with him, Dan? Well, first of all, he's not at home because he's in El Salvador. There's a fundraiser, a GoFundMe, $265,916 raised.
Yeah, of course.
So why? I mean, so this was going on, this fundraiser, and then she was on Good Morning America. I thought personally to promote the fundraiser, like, you can help the family out. Here's how you do it. And that's why she's not going to turn him in. There's money to be had. She's making tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Money she's never seen before in her life. She's not going to leave him now.
Well, she doesn't need to leave him. He's left her. But perhaps that's a part of it. But in terms of the larger issue, this is what Stephen Miller was speaking to in part when he dressed down the press corps last week, and it's worth revisiting.
One on Abrego Garcia, please. The administration is reportedly inquiring about his return. Is that to check a box for compliance, or does President Trump want him back on U.S. soil, or both?
So, as Secretary Rubio said yesterday in the cabinet meeting, this administration is not going to publicly discuss the inside details of our foreign policy and negotiations with a foreign country. And in particular, we are not going to allow a district court judge to try to become the Secretary of State. Secretary Rubio is the one who, under his leadership and direction at the State Department, is managing the day-to-day relationship with El Salvador. Let's just take a moment, number one, to express our gratitude to El Salvador for agreeing to take some of the most dangerous terrorists off of America's streets and to put them into a safe environment where they cannot continue to engage in acts of terrorism or coordination with the Maduro regime. You may have seen recently an FBI assessment that was unclassified that said that the Maduro regime is using and planning to use trained Aragua terrorists to carry out assassination plots on American soil. Now, very few in this room covered that. I'll let you all ask yourselves why you didn't cover it and why your editors didn't assign that story to you. Something I think you should think about on your own. But this is a earth-shattering piece of news. The Biden administration imported the terrorist army that our own FBI assesses is planning assassination strikes on American soil against critics of the Maduro regime. Those are the terrorists that President Trump is finding and apprehending that our Democrat judges and Democrat activists are trying to keep on U.S. soil. Trained Aragua has the same legal status as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. MS-13 has the same legal status as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. These are foreign terrorists operating on our soil. And our gratitude to El Salvador for agreeing to take custody of these terrorists is immense. With respect to the case that you mentioned, there's now even been more evidence that has been made public of this person's violent, repeated threats and assaults against his spouse, someone who had repeated, documented human trafficking and human smuggling offenses. Somebody that has extensively documented membership in MS-13, a terrorist organization, and of course he had MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. This is a person that was a clear and present danger to the safety of the American people. And it is a sad reflection on the state of our media and many of the outlets represented in this room that you obsessively try to shill for this MS-13 terrorist. Well, no coverage occurred in your papers about any of the Americans that were raped and tortured and murdered by the illegals that Biden was importing into our country.
Yeah, so that plus what he said in that briefing about an FBI assessment that the Maduro regime, the Venezuelan dictator, is using TDA members ostensibly to set up assassinations in this country for critics of that regime. And, MS-13 obviously is up to no good either. That's who the Democrat Party and their comm shop, the D.C. Press Corps, is running interference for. And what's happening in sanctuary jurisdictions? Get ready for this, because if it's happening in Colorado, it should be coming to Chicago and Illinois in 3, 2...
And go.
Colorado House passes immigrant protections as Trump administration sues over sanctuary cities. Limit data sharing with federal immigration authorities, their physical access to schools and other buildings. But, right, and this is a state that was overrun by TDA, at least Aurora, Colorado was. But I know, according to Martha Raddatz, it was just a couple buildings, not a big deal. This is really something, though, that you got to read into this a little bit. The bill would prevent local sheriffs from delaying a person's release from jail for the purpose of immigration enforcement. It sounds like institutionalized aiding and abetting, but of course. Get rid of affidavit requirements for immigrants seeking in-state tuition or a driver's license. Sure. What, their words no good? And this one. Allow immigrant defendants to ask that a guilty plea is overturned if they were not aware of immigration consequences of that plea when they made it.
What?
That is astounding. Basically, this legislation making its way to Governor Jared Polis's desk in Colorado, among other things, would say that ignorance of the law is an absolute defense. I mean, the old aphorism that ignorance of the law is no defense. For people in this country illegally, Colorado wants to make it an absolute defense. Overturning guilty pleas, second bite at the apple, because there were immigration consequences that you knew or should have known attached to being here illegally and pleading guilty to a crime. So if you thought the sanctuary city jurisdictions would be chastened by the aggressive posture the Trump administration has taken thus far, well, you'd be wrong, because the left is the left, and they're incorrigible. And the only way they learn or get interrupted, I shouldn't say learn, the only way they are interrupted, even momentarily, is to lose electorally. It's the only thing they understand is the loss of power. Todd Lyons is the acting director of ICE. He's the Tom Homan at present, as Tom Homan is the, front guy, face guy. He gave his first national interview to Bill Malugin over the weekend, too, talking about a couple of things. One is Operation Tidal Wave, that very successful operation that ICE conducted in concert with state and local police in Florida, sweeping up more than 1,000 people in the country illegally. And here's what Lyons had to say about the state of play and what they're doing and plan on doing.
That's been our longest sustained operation. It's only going to keep going. We're going to use this model. We're going to go across the nation. States, municipalities that want to work with us, we're going to capitalize on that. What's frustrating for me is you see a lot of people that will go towards one narrative without actually learning and taking the time to learn the criminal history, learn the actual facts behind a case.
Yeah, clearly, Brego Garcia. But with respect to replicating it with states and localities that want to work with ICE, that's what you should do. I mean, I'm fine with Pam Bondi going after sanctuary state and city jurisdictions to withhold federal funds. They should do that. But in terms of, worrying about working with local law enforcement in Chicago and Denver, places like that, it's just not the highest, best use of resources. And when, as has been argued before, do the successful operations with states that want to participate in making their state and the communities within that state safer, like Florida does, and other states too. That's the highest, best use of resources. And I recognize the argument that has been made by Tom Homan and others. Criminals don't respect corporate, municipal, state boundaries. So you're a sanctuary state in Chicago, and this is why all the states around Illinois have sanctuary city in Chicago. This is why all the states around Illinois have filed amicus briefs in support of the federal action taken against states like Illinois. Because you are a sanctuary jurisdiction, and then they come over Northwest Indiana, or they come over in Iowa, or they come up to Kenosha, or they go down to St. Louis, all our border states, and they're creating havoc there because you're not interested in law enforcement in Illinois. That's true. And unfortunately, both Illinoisans and to some extent, Illinoisans are going to have to learn the hard way. And to some extent, it's going to require that outside political pressure because there's so little internal political pressure for Illinois to change its ways. And those border states and their attorneys general filing amicus briefs in support of the federal action against states like Illinois is part of that pressure. But that's how it's got to play out.
And Todd Lyons yesterday on Fox News talked about a man in California no one's talking about. He was murdered, home invasion, killed by 3 illegals.
So out of those 3 individuals, 2 came here illegally, crossed the border. One was released by an immigration judge on a $3,000 bond. The second one was released on a promise that he would check into an ICE office. He never did. Yeah, right. The third individual was a tourist visa, and he overstayed that. The bad thing about the third individual is he was arrested and had 2 ICE detainers on him in the past, one for burglary and one for a drug charge. Had those sanctuary jurisdictions worked with ICE, this person would have been in our custody and removed from the United States. Wow. Yet they were still allowed to stay here in the U.S. and commit crimes. So you have 3 individuals from the nation of Georgia who didn't know each other, who have now met up in the sanctuary state of California and Los Angeles and killed an innocent person. This just highlights exactly why local jurisdictions and law enforcement agencies need to work with ICE.
Well, and this was in part
Woodland Hills, California.
Yeah, Georgia Nationals. We've got a multitude of stories just that popped up over the weekend because, yes, Trump has stopped illegal border crossings, but you still have to deal with the millions of people that were invited into this country, including many people who've committed crimes now, including many people who came here to commit crimes because they're bangers or terrorists. You still have to deal with that, which is why this interview that Trump did with Meet the Press's lead dullard, Kristen Welker, was so painful. She's just, God, is she really? I actually think she's animatronic.
Oh, really?
I don't think she's an actual human being.
Collins?
The only difference is that if she were animatronic, I think she would be more, just the programming would make her more intelligent than she presents when she does these interviews. But this was her pressing on Trump. She tried this painfully transparent ruse, congratulating him on essentially eliminating illegal border crossings. But if they're done, then the emergency's over, so you can lift the emergency order.
Let's talk about the border. Let's talk about deportations. Border crossings are at their lowest level ever recorded. Is the border?
Is that good?
Is the border now secure?
Yeah, it's really secure.
It's absolutely
secure. When you say that, doesn't that just sound good? After being abused for years by an incompetent president that allowed people to pour through an open border, criminals from all over the world, murderers and insane people from mental institutions and insane asylums, isn't it a beautiful thing when you say it's the most secure it's ever been in the history of our country. Isn't that a nice statement?
Well, I'm curious to know what it means. You declared a national emergency on the southern border. The order is still in place.
By the way,
even though you're saying
exactly
the border's
what you
secure.
said. It means we have the most secure border we've ever had.
Well, and I guess the question becomes, when will you know that the emergency is over? Are you planning to lift it at some point? Is it necessary? Because obviously the military is involved. Will you lift that emergency?
Well, the biggest emergency is the courts aren't allowing us to take really.
We're going to
bad
talk
people
about
out.
that, but talk to me first
that's
about
to me
this.
the emergency.
Talk to me first about this.
The border
emergency.
now is not the emergency. The border is it's all part of the same thing, though. The big emergency right now is that we have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including
That's all right.
3 on the Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how that happens, but they do change.
Yeah. So let me speak slowly, Kristen, so you can understand this. Remember how we've been saying for weeks that Tom Homan taking lead, that we're trying to round up public safety threats and deport them? Well, we're not done. It takes a while to round up 700,000 criminals that Joe Biden led into the United States.
We've only gotten
picking up what I'm laying down.
So
You picking what I'm up what I'm laying down, Kristen. And the second thing is, some of the judges you nominated. So what? What does it matter if it's a judge I nominated or Judge Barack Obama nominated or Joe Biden nominated? The issue is not who nominated the judge. The issue is whether the judge is staying within their power, whether the judge is properly interpreting the law or not. What does it have to do with my... You always want to make this like tit-for-tat politics. Like, if I appointed someone and they do something wrong, then I'm okay with it. Are you a child? There were at least 15 moments in that Meet the Press interview where Trump should have just stopped and said, "Are you a child?"
Well, she was so condescending to the way she presented the questions, and I don't.
I used to think she's I used to think she was condescending. I don't think that anymore. I think she's just a simpleton.
Oh, okay. 312-642-5600, our turnkey.pro answer line.
And by the way, you have the Georgia Nationals in L.A.
Woodland
that you
Hills,
just heard about. You have the Duran Durans.
Duran.
In Wake County, North Carolina.
Garner police released this photo of a man charged with kidnapping a mother and her 1-year-old daughter. Today, 2 siblings, also charged in the case, received no bond in court. Paola Duran Duran and Miguel Duran Duran are not U.S. citizens, according to authorities. Investigators say they broke into a home with guns, demanded $1 million, and took the child and her mom when they did not receive money. WRL's Julian Grace joins us now live with what else prosecutors said in court and what we know now about the third suspect. Julian?
Yeah, what we know is that they're Mexican
police
nationals.
are not saying a lot
we don't
about
need
the
to
third
hear
suspect.
the typical network affiliate news repeat itself over and over again. Yeah, a kidnapping plot with these Duran Durans that were apparently hungry like a wolf. See what I did there?
That's why I'm thinking we did this story.
Yeah, largely.
No, the
but
mom and daughter are beautiful, poor things.
But it also fits this. You tell the story about the Georgians in California, about the Mexican nationals in Wake County, North Carolina, to Kristen Welker, and do you understand what we're talking about now? How about the 3 state Department of Corrections officers in Virginia who were stabbed in a state prison uprising by 5 MS-13 gangbangers, all here illegally, all been convicted of violent crimes, and all need to be sent back to El Salvador. So you see the quote-unquote emergency we're still in, Kristen, is it starting to come into focus for you? Oh, and by the way, across the pond, in other Western European countries, other Western countries, I should say, Western Europe, that lost their minds and threw open their borders, Iranian terrorist plot was foiled in the UK. Yeah. Thank God it was foiled. But the open borders policies provide the environment for these sorts of things. Pretty straightforward.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:06, 60 Minutes goes after Trump, going after big law firms, 6:06.
And later, Dan, how many dolls do you need? We'll explain. But now it is 6 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
wants to make Alcatraz a great prison again. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
It's a symbol of law and order. And, it's got quite a history, frankly.
President Trump returned to the White House last night, pushing to reopen the infamous prison-turned-tourist attraction that closed in 1963 right off the San Francisco coast.
The president says he wants to reopen Alcatraz because he's frustrated with judges who have placed roadblocks on parts of his agenda, especially on immigration. The president saying on Truth Social, for too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat criminal offenders. That is why today I am directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Democratic Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, the former House Speaker, says reopening Alcatraz is not a serious proposal. The president also said last night he wants to put a new tariff in place on foreign-made films.
Other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry.
So the president says he wants to impose a 100% tariff on movies produced overseas and sent here. As for even bigger tariffs imposed on China in a trade war as they also tariff American goods, the president tells NBC's Meet the Press.
They're getting absolutely destroyed. Their factories are closing. Their unemployment is going through the roof. I'm not looking to do that to China.
He'd like to bring the tariffs down, he says, at some point, but the president says the U.S. can't get ripped off. He also shrugged off a suggestion that the U.S. economy could slip into recession. And Fox's Matt Finn reports.
On immigration, the president says he is not going to end the emergency declaration at the border, even though illegal crossings have plummeted under his administration. President Trump says the threat is no longer illegal crossings, rather judges who he alleges are preventing him from deporting illegal aliens.
He says he is not sure that people in the U.S. illegally have the same due process rights as Americans. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 47 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump seems to be okay with a possible short-term recession due to tariffs if it means creating the strongest U.S. economy ever. He was asked that question on NBC's Meet the Press.
Look, everything's okay. What we are, I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically.
Trump insists any short-term pain will outweigh his long-term goals. He says that the tariffs will bring back manufacturing to the U.S. That means more jobs and a stronger U.S. And the battle over President Trump's 2026 fiscal budget proposal is underway. Republican House Budget Committee Chair Jody Arrington of Texas says that we can address the massive deficit by cutting wasteful spending in Medicaid.
We can save over $1.5 trillion without touching a dime of the benefit funding.
Arrington told Fox News Sunday that Republicans have to stick together and not let Democrats scare voters into thinking they want to gut social services. The president's budget proposal for the 2026 fiscal year calls for $163 billion in federal spending cuts. The budget proposal is mostly symbolic but provides Congress with a starting point for negotiations. Funeral services are set for former Illinois Governor George Ryan, who died Friday at the age of 91. A memorial service takes place Thursday at Ashbury United Methodist Church in Kankakee. The Republican served as governor from 1999 to 2003, making headlines by halting the state's death penalty. Ryan later served prison time for being convicted of fraud and racketeering charges in 2006. News is a service of Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland's state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Again, that's 708-889-5600. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Goldilocks. Doors, locks, and security.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht?
What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
So, what'd you call me over here to see, buddy?
Well, wait till you see the new set of wheels
Whoa! Would you look at this garage floor? Wow, buddy, is this a new coating?
Well, yeah, but...
It's so smooth and shiny. It looks like a showroom in here. Wow, looks easy to keep nice and clean, too.
Yeah, it is, but...
Man, I've been thinking about getting a new coating. This is a sweet-looking garage floor.
You happen to notice my new Corvette?
Oh, huh. That's cool, too.
Level 10 Coatings, Chicagoland's premier concrete coatings company. We can improve the look of your garage, basement, office, or outdoor space with customized concrete coating solutions. As Chicagoland's only certified Cimarron installer, we're setting industry standards. Level 10 Coatings uses polyurea and polyaspartic coating, which is stronger than epoxy. Turn your ugly garage floor into a showroom floor this spring. Mention Amy Jacobson to receive $500 off any new project. Visit level10coatings.com to schedule today or call 855-510-2628. Level 10 Coatings, your premier concrete coating experts.
Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens, inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 14 minutes, 13 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 10 minutes, 13 minutes outbound. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 15 minutes, outbound about 14 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, about 21 minutes. Outbound is about 16 minutes. On the Dan Ryan, inbound from 95th to the Burn interchange, 16 minutes. This traffic update's delivered to you by Quick Delivery Service. Visit quickdelivery.com when you need same-day delivery of your routes. Ground delivery when you need it from safe, licensed professionals. Go to quickdelivery.com now to schedule your delivery. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now I check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, considerable cloudiness with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Tomorrow, warmer, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon. We'll see a high of 70. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling. Stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. 60 Minutes is in a way right now. The parent company, Paramount Global, is in talks to settle a lawsuit that President Trump has filed against Paramount. And 60 Minutes, Scott Pelley's of the world that fashion themselves intrepid journalists, going to beat their chests and try to maintain what they say is their independence, which really is their dependence on the left, by running hit pieces on Trump, which they did again last night. And the focus on this one was the executive orders that Trump signed to essentially punish some of the big law firms that participated in the lawfare against him over the last several years. Chief among them is an attorney we've spoken about before. who is an absolute bottom feeder. And I've had interactions with his firm, which I've mentioned before on the show, but I'll get to a bit later, talking about Mark Elias. And of course, Scott Pelley and 60 Minutes, in their piece about Mark Elias, let him just go on and talk about the Constitution and the justice system like he's freaking Thomas Jefferson, as opposed to the scumbag political apparatchik that he, with a law degree, that he actually is. But this was the setup.
Donald Trump hates me because I fight hard and I fight for free and fair elections. I insist on fighting for democracy in court, fighting for voting rights in court, and insist on telling the truth about what the outcome of the 2020 election was.
Are there risks in doing the work that you're doing?
I'd be an idiot not to be worried. The question, though, is what do you do? Right? Do you just cower in the corner? Do you just try to disappear? Do you just leave democracy to fend for itself? Or do you stand tall and do the best you can every day to represent your clients and try to preserve the rule of law?
Mark Elias first crossed Trump in 2016. He was the top lawyer for the Clinton campaign. Then in 2020, when Trump and allies challenged the election results, Elias fought in court and won. Trump calls him a thug.
Donald Trump is the walking embodiment of everything that is wrong with the American political system. And so when Donald Trump says that I am unethical or that I am undermining his vision of America, I say, boy, I must be doing something right.
Yeah, boy, I must be living in a glass house is what I should be saying to myself, because that's what he's doing. Mark Elias, for those of you who may have forgotten.
Yes, remind us.
What?
No, I said, yeah, people want to, somebody just texted in, they want to remember.
Mark Elias hired Fusion GPS in 2016, which produced the Steele dossier. Mark Elias, Fusion GPS, Michael Steele, Christopher Steele, Michael Steele and MSNBC, they're indistinguishable. Yeah. Christopher Steele, the dossier, and then they ran with that. Mark Elias, a paragon of telling the truth. Then they ran with it. You know, it's one thing. You can hire an opposition research firm. You can hire a private investigator on your political opponent. That's fine. That's well within the bounds. Mm-hmm. But when they return something that is so obviously fictional and you don't fact check it and you run with it and you get your cronies to run with it even after the election to essentially undermine or freeze the activities of a presidential administration, well, that is something a little bit more nefarious, and it has no relationship to the truth whatsoever. Well, that was sort of buried at the end, that there was this other thing that Mark Elias was involved in. That's in the 13th minute of a 14-minute piece in passing after you spend the first 13 minutes, again, treating these guys, these trial lawyers and political operatives with law degrees like they are the founding fathers. They're the great protectors of our criminal justice system and civil justice system, for that matter. Our the rule of law, the rule of law, the rule of law, the rule of law. These guys either directly or indirectly participated in the undermining of the rule of law at every frickin' turn. And we said on this show from the beginning, you go down this road, this what has popularly become known as lawfare. You go down this road of lawfare, of using the law because you have the power to target people for political reasons and try to punish them for political reasons. You go down this road, then when it boomerangs back on you, don't come crying. Well, the boomerang just hit them in the back of the head, and they're crying. What a surprise. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, and text line. And they platform this associate. Another cost of an associate at Skadden-Arps, which is one of the firms that is in Trump's crosshairs and actually cut a deal with Trump. And there's aspects, by the way, of what Trump has done here with these executive orders targeting law firms that I'm uncomfortable with, which I'll get to. But let's focus on the bad actors pretending to be white knights first. this associate who left Skadden Arps when Skadden Arps cut a deal with Trump to do pro bono work for preferred clients, not Trump's clients, but veterans and other constituencies. Well, she quit. Like Skadden Arps losing an associate is a big deal. Well, it's a big deal to the D.C. press corps because they have another heroine they can put on 60 Minutes.
One firm that reached an agreement with Trump was Skadden Arps, where attorney Brenna Frey resigned in protest.
I think the message it sends to the country is power is what matters. If you have power, you can exercise that power however you want. And if that's true, why have a legal system at all? Why have law firms or lawyers at all?
Yeah, Brenna, that's exactly what we've been saying for the last decade. Well, more than that, but particularly in the Trump era, the last decade. And where were you? And where were your other associates at Skadden Arps and partners and at Perkins Coie and Jenner Block and the Elias firm? Well, I know where the Elias firm was. They're just a political hatchet shop with law degrees. But the other the white shoe law firms that are caught up in this. And by the way, you know where that Skadden Arps associate is now? You know who she's working for?
Who?
Abby Lowell, Hunter Biden's defense attorney. Abby Lowell has now put together a firm with lawyers who want to take on Trump. The legal community, Scott Pelley's melodrama, but the legal community is split. Some big law firms have signed on a letter to support challenging Trump at every turn, and others are trying to cut a deal to preserve their firm because these firms do so much business with government agencies. They're so dependent on government largesse that to get frozen out of government legal work, well, then some of the partners are going to have to turn in their Bentleys, and we can't have that because they're so principled. Give me a break. Bob in Buffalo Grove.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking a call. And this is why I listen to you guys, to get educated on the issues that I figure that the media won't discuss. At the end of the piece...
Bob, are you abusing a dog?
Is that Fred, your dog?
That's Fred.
Bob's got a new dog, yes.
Fred wants to listen to Eric and Kathy. Are they still on?
Yes.
So at the end of... Quiet, Fred. At the end of the episode, they mentioned Trump was indicted 34 times. Are they going to ever end that stuff?
No.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bob. Please get Fred some food or water. I don't know what's going on with Fred, but he seems to be in distress. We got the Trump thing. You take care of Fred, Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll never stop mentioning that. Even when those convictions are ultimately overturned on appeal, they'll still mention, yeah, he was convicted 34 times. Was overturned on appeal, and the first sitting president to be
right.
They'll do this.
Yeah.
Because that's
those are the labels they have for him, and they're not going to change. Even
That's right.
When the convictions are dropped.
That's right. But these are their tells.
I know.
I mean, that whole piece was a tell. Just going back briefly. Well, I guess I should say, here's the one thing I'm uncomfortable with since Skadden Arps was brought up, and I mentioned that they did like $100 million settlement to do pro bono work, so to get off the list. First of all, what Trump lawyers have represented in court is a pretty good defense. They have lawyers, a former deputy AG under Bush, who's now a G-Town law professor, say this is unconstitutional, and anything that attacks these high-hatted corporate lawyers is, anything that negatively impacts their dominion is, of course, a crisis for the entire justice system and the rule of law. And if you come after us in any material way, then you're coming after the rule of law. They look at themselves when it comes to the law the same way Fauci looks at himself when it comes to science. So don't buy into too much of the puffery of these pansies. Okay? That's number one. But number two, so the representations in court from the Trump team, they're basically saying, look, Skadden Arps, Jenner and Block, Perkins Coie, they can do whatever they want. We're not telling them how to run their business. All we're saying, but as government, we get to decide government agencies. The president gets to decide which lawyers he wants to retain, which lawyers he wants agencies to retain. They get to decide too, outside counsel. So we're just deciding that these law firms are not going to be on the list because they're bad actors. You could say, is it part of a personal vendetta? You're damn right it is. But there's nothing that compels us to consider Skadden and Arps to represent the EPA or to represent another government agency. There's nothing that compels us to do that. So that's a fine argument. Now, it's a little bit, tongue in cheek because we know what is happening here. This is a reckoning. But as I said, you began this. We told you it would boomerang if you didn't knock it off. And here's the boomerang. So you're not going to find a lot of empathetic figures outside of the cast of 60 Minutes. Now, the one thing I would say if I were advising Trump, and I mean, who am I? I'm not a big lawyer with these big firms or one of his, brilliant legal minds around him. But cutting deals with Skadden Arps, you do $100 million worth of pro bono work, and we'll put you off. We'll take you off the freeze list, the freeze out list. Mm-hmm. Don't cut those deals. I mean, that's the sort of transaction that gives the appearance of a conflict of interest, gives the appearance of basically a shakedown. And no,
you didn't need that.
On principle, we're either going to end lawfare or you're going to suffer in this war of using the law for politics. One of the two. Bright line. It's a nice thing, but frankly, we don't need Skadden and Arps' pro bono work. What we need to do is reestablish the rule of law and that it is out of bounds to use the law as a weapon to punish people for their political beliefs. We're not going to do that. We're not going to try to put our political opponents in jail. If you want to do that, then when you're not in power, you better hunker down because you're going to take incoming. He did something like that, dressed up in a appropriate legal argument for the purposes of a court filing. Okay. But cutting deals like that, no, that's no good. Sarah in Glenview, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, hi. I had the misfortune of listening to 60 Minutes last night, and as usual, they've got everything in reverse. They portray Mark Elias as some helpless victim. Did 60 Minutes ever hear of rogue lawyers? What bothered me also about Elias, due to his efforts in advance of the 2020 cycle, now half the electorate believes that at best the results of the election are questionable, and at worst it was a rigged third world banana republic job.
Thanks for the call, Sarah. Well, I'll just tell my Mark Elias story, too, just as a refresher. Right. Mark Elias represents Jelly Belly Pritzker, too, at least in some election law-related cases. And they cooked up this specious complaint against the PAC that I ran in the 2022 gubernatorial cycle that, was specifically zeroed in on Pritzker. And they trumped up this phony complaint, and then it was Elias's firm that was retained with the State Board of Elections, which of course are gubernatorial appointees.
Right.
And
so the cards were stacked against you guys.
Yeah, and they knew it was frivolous because they haven't promulgated any rules regarding independent expenditure checks. I don't want to get in the weeds on this, but anyway, the State Board of Elections board, ultimately not my board, and the administrative hearing officer, not my guy, but they still voted 6-1 to dismiss the complaint against me. Never had a chance because there was no evidence because I didn't do what they said I did. And even if I had done what and even if I had done, this is how bad it is in Illinois. You want to talk about show me the man and I'll find you the crime. Even if I had done what they said I did, which I didn't, and there was no evidence of because I didn't do it, even if I had, there are no rules and regulations they can point to that would have provided any basis to impose punishment. But that doesn't matter because putting me through a process for more than a year and having to spend money on lawyers as far as this protracted hearing, that's the point. That's lawfare. Knowing you have no case, but you have the power to impose cost by putting people through the process. That's what Mark Elias is about. That's what the left is about. And now that Trump wants to flip the scripts and has flipped the scripts on some of these big law firms, all of a sudden we find out what they're really about. Eugene, Northwest Side.
Yeah, hey, good morning, you guys. Just paralleling 60 Minutes with Channel 11 WTTW, 6 o'clock, same time as 60 Minutes. So they were talking about Holocaust, everything, Holocaust, warnings of Holocaust. And they started out with January 6th. It felt like a last-ditch effort for public TV, public radio. If I have to pay my taxes, can I at least redirect them towards something like your station instead of that stuff? Can we have a little more control in our taxes? That's what I got. Thanks.
Thanks for the call, Eugene. Well, I appreciate the sentiment, but...
you could go to our golf outing.
Yeah, but he's redirecting his taxes, though. Yeah, just get the government out of financing media altogether.
Yeah.
Although it was funny,
Trump ended funding for NPR and PBS on Friday.
Well, he's
trying.
That's pending. Yeah, he did issue an executive order, and that prompted David Brooks to, of course, rally to the defense of PBS, and he gets a government underwritten check from PBS to opine there every week. But he actually said something that was kind of right.
At its core, the Trump administration is based on one theme, which is they think progressive elites have destroyed the country. We need to take progressive elites down. And that's whether they're in museums, in sciences, in the universities, whatever. And so, in some sense, they have some case to be made that the elites have become a little more progressive. But as they go after CPB, I'm reminded of the call I got 23 years ago from Jim Lehrer offering me this job. And I'm sitting there, of course, in a Little League dugout. And Jim said, you're going to be on the show on Fridays. We want you to go out and do a lot of reporting. You got to bring something to the game. This is about journalism. And I would say, if you think PBS is biased, compared to who? Name one news organization in America, and I shouldn't be defending us, I get paid by PBS, but I'm going to do it, who's more straight down the line than we are. Is it MSNBC? Is it Fox? Is it CNN? Lisa Desjardins? Like one of the great journalists of our time?
Is there anybody more straight down the line than PBS? Maybe the Socialist Worker? Wow. First of all, that's not the point, and David knows it. The point is not whether you're straight down the line or whether you're left, and you're obviously left. That's ridiculous.
Why is the government subsidizing them?
Exactly. I don't care.
Big Bird brings in millions of dollars. Sesame Street. They don't need our help.
Sesame Street's gone, but that doesn't matter. Whether they need our help or not doesn't matter. Whether they're left, right, or middle doesn't matter. The government shouldn't be in the business of financing media. By definition, it is putting its finger on the scale. It is creating a perverse environment, the moral hazard of government-sponsored and financed propaganda. That's the point. That's the point about PBS and NPR that David Brooks sort of glosses over. The point where he will almost veered into an insight was when he said the point of the Trump administration is they believe progressive elites have destroyed all of our mediating institutions, and they're going after them. Yes. And it's not what David Brooks, because they become a little bit more progressive. No. They're a dyed-in-the-wool Marxists. That's where the center of gravity is in that party. And there's a lot of enablers of the authoritarian impulses of the center of gravity in that party. And that's what the Trump administration is largely going after. And they need to, because they have destroyed all our meeting institutions. All the institutions that form the bedrock of a free society. That has happened. And PBS has been party to it, David. Hate to break it to you. Dawn in Naperville.
Yeah, they're not trustworthy. And the case has been brought before the American people. It is like a beating a dead horse over and over again. And they still won't stop. You know, when I was in high school, I remember the Democratic Party went after them the Republican, saying that the investigation of Monica Lewinsky was a Republican
vast right-wing conspiracy.
Yeah, that's right. Remember?
Absolutely. And I remember, and this is why, to be honest with you, I'm not really into politics, but I never could respect the Democratic Party. I remember Hillary Clinton going on NBC. I was in high school. I was sick from home. And I'm sitting there watching her and, let the case present itself. Let's see what happens. There was never any apology to the American people that I remember from her saying that or any other Democrat. So here's why they lose. Because it is a grace for me, not for the type of mentality, for the legitimate person. And you look ridiculous. That's not a legitimate argument to say grace for us, not for you, a judgment for you. And that's not going to look legitimate in front of a person who is not with either party. And to be honest with you, the infighting from both parties is getting really tiresome to the average American. So just don't look stupid. Make a legitimate argument. And you know what? We know it's really tiring is all they do is focus on Trump. Okay, what are you doing? Stop focusing on him if you want to win an election. Tell me what you're going to do. Tell me what you're going to do to solve the problem. And they never have an answer. That's why they keep losing elections. So keep it up.
Thanks.
I mean, really, it's just ridiculous.
Thanks for the call, Dawn. And just a closing thought from PBS, platforming the people like Nancy Pelosi because they're so straight down the middle. Nancy Pelosi, another instant classic.
We have to make sure the public knows what is in their interest.
And that's why PBS is there to tell them what's in their interest, because they don't know. I mean, that's the imperious attitude of all of these slightly more progressive elites that David Brooks is talking about, and thus the common sense counter-revolution that is underway. Coming up at 6:36, we'll turn our attention to trade and tariffs and Trump's back and forth with Kristen Welker, as well as J.D. Vance's back and forth with Brett Baer on the topic, 6:36.
And Cinco de Mayo canceled. We'll tell you where and why. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 47 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560. The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Federal officials say the government will begin collecting defaulted student loan payments starting today.
The collection efforts will be the first since the start of the pandemic. The Trump administration said the debt will be collected through a Treasury Department program that withholds payments from tax refunds, wages, and government benefits. The U.S. Education Department has not collected loan payments since March of 2020. Officials say in the last 5 years, student debt has risen to over $1 trillion. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A Chicago police officer is hurt following a traffic stop in West Garfield Park. Authorities say a person was pulled over Saturday night in the 4700 block of West Madison Street after officers spotted a vehicle being driven erratically. The driver then hit and dragged an officer while attempting to flee. When the officer fell to the ground, his weapon discharged. The officer was sent to the hospital in good condition. The suspect's vehicle was later found unoccupied in the 4500 block of West Abram Street. A person of interest was taken into custody. News is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save, on average, 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Air Right Heating and Cooling.
If you have high blood pressure, May is your month. Well, let me rephrase that. May is High Blood Pressure Education Month, a time to raise awareness about high blood pressure and stroke prevention. If you or someone close to you has high blood pressure, also known as hypertension, which is a risk factor for heart disease and stroke, here's what you can do to manage it. Eat a healthy diet and maintain a healthy weight. Exercise regularly. Limit alcohol and avoid smoking. Take medications as prescribed and monitor your blood pressure. And something else many have success with, drink 120 Life. Yes, 120 Life, the delicious juice and powdered mix with natural ingredients that's shown to lower blood pressure. Try it yourself risk-free with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. Visit 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. Hey, let me tell you about our age analysis assessment. It takes just a few seconds to scan for those advanced glycated end products that cause premature aging. And then we'll briefly go over your results and give you a few things for you to do to improve. And then we'll retest you in about 60 days. And you'll pay our special low price for your first assessment, and I'll pay for your second one. That's right, your follow-up age analysis assessment is on me. And we're going to compare your biologic age with your chronologic age, and then we're going to help you determine if your biologic age is on par with your chronologic age. But you got to make that call today, not tomorrow, but today. It's our Health Quest radio hotline, 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. Second assessment free if you make that call right now. 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, Saturday mornings at 11.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, about 19 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 11 minutes. Outbound, about 13 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 22 minutes. Now on the outbound side, it's going to be about 16 minutes, a little bit slow due to a medical emergency on the left shoulder between the Burn Interchange and Morgan Street. This report is sponsored by Rocket. Rocket.com is the new home for all things home ownership. Whether you're buying your first home, finding your next one, or unlocking home equity to fund one of your dreams, there's only one destination that has everything you need to get started, all under one roof. Get started today at Rocket.com. Rocket, own the dream. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Considerable cloudiness today with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Warmer tomorrow, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon, reaching a high of 70 tomorrow. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig and Leslie Bolano Sunday mornings at 10. Learn more at investwithwmg.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Trump's sit down with Meet the Press's Kristen Welker over the weekend.
She's your new girl Friday, huh?
We mentioned the exchange on border security. She was confused that now that there are no more illegal border crossings, is there no more emergency, because she doesn't pay attention to all of the criminals, all the public safety threats that remain in this country and prove their public safety threats. We get stories from coast to coast every passing day. It's sickening, actually. She also pressed Trump on, of course, tariffs and trade and the prospect of a recession, because the D.C. press corps was in full lather last week when the GDP number came out as negative growth. She asked about a recession.
What we are, I said, this is a transition period. I think we're going to do fantastically.
Are you worried about a recession?
No.
Okay.
No, I think we're going to have the greatest economic...
I mean, are you worried it could happen? Do you think it could happen?
Anything can happen, but I think we're going to have the greatest economy in the history of our country.
All right, channeling his inner Norman Vincent Peale, staying optimistic as one would expect. But the exchange they had, building upon something that Trump said in a press conference last week about, the possibility that a few things that China makes may go up in price. And then we sort of use the idea of how many dolls a little girl needs as a proxy for that issue.
At your cabinet meeting, you said, quote, I'm going to quote what you said, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30.
Yeah.
And maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. Are you saying that your tariffs will cause some prices to go up?
No, I think the tariffs are going to be great for us because it's going to make us rich.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
There could be some supply shortages because of the
tariff. We don't have to waste money on a trade deficit with China for things we don't need, for junk that we don't need.
Junk we don't need. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line. That
didn't sit well with me because it's not his business how I spend my money. And a lot of girls and kids growing up, we collected dolls or Barbies or stuffed animals. How many sets of golf clubs does he have? I mean, you're going to get him in my business, I'll get up in your girl too.
Well, right. It's not about dolls. It's more the statement about what Americans need. And is that something that the government should be the arbiter of? How much of a certain thing that you need? What do you need? The government is in the business of deciding that for you.
312-642-5600. Tell us what you need, and then also you could text us on that very same line. And I didn't think that was the greatest moment for Trump. And even when he said it during the cabinet meeting, I was just taken aback by that's not your business. And, I don't know. I said what I said about the dolls, but it's a metaphor for something else, the bigger picture of what are our needs.
Yeah, the approach would be if you want to have the greatest economy ever, you know what you do? You borrow from Ludacris and you move out the way. That's what you do. You get government out of the way. I'll put it in the common tongue. You don't have politicians telling you what you need and don't need. And for those of you who might bristle at that, because you bristle at any criticism of Trump.
I know. I'm going to get tons of emails, trust me.
So think about that rhetoric and where you've heard it before, most repetitively, about what somebody doesn't need. Or if you heard politicians tell the American people they don't need something.
During COVID, we don't need to be in-person learning for school. I don't know.
You've been hearing it for years from the left.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
What you don't need. Where are my Second Amendment enthusiasts?
Oh, right.
You don't need that sport rifle.
You don't need that.
You don't need to have an extended clip. You don't need to purchase more than one gun every 30 days. You don't need this, and you don't need that. And people bristle at that. I do. You should. And you should bristle at this, too. Look, you want to make the fairness argument with the reciprocal trade regime and the case for fairness when it comes to tax policy. Fine. I mean, look, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Trump is wrong on the economics. You want to make a case that, I'm for protectionism of some sort because we have to protect specific industries or we have to protect my industry and my job. Okay, I get it. People are self-interested. I expect them to act in self-interested way. I'm just saying you set the precedent of the government being used as a sword or a shield to protect certain people or certain industries at the expense of others. Then you really get it. You're on the road to serfdom. But I understand the fairness argument. I understand its appeal. His argument is going to be more persuasive to the hoi polloi than mine is. One, because he's the president and I'm not, and two, just because fairness is an easy concept to understand, and it does seem particularly unfair when markets are closed to American goods and our market is open to that particular country's goods. I get the attractiveness of the position. So if you want to advance that flag, then okay, but you should not get into the business of one man deciding how many of whatever item Americans need. But it should just be a repetition to say we are going to use our leverage to get to a better place that is more free trade, where more countries' markets are open to more of America's products, agriculture, manufacturing, business services, etc. And we're well on our way there. And just keep it simple. And I know it gets boring to repeat the same things to the same automatons like Kristen Welker, but that's what he should do if I could offer my opinion, which I just did.
Yeah, our phone lines, text lines blowing up. Dan and Amy, 2 quality dolls over 30 disposable junk ones makes sense to me, but we've been programmed to consume unnecessary junk. It's time to break that programming.
Well, that's fine. The whole conspicuous consumption and the materialism, that's fine. That is a cultural issue. It is not a presidential issue. Right. It is not one man or the federal government that should be deciding how many dolls you have any more than they should be deciding how many guns you can purchase. Right?
Yeah.
So again, as I said, my conservatives, when the left tells you all those things I said about guns, which you've heard, you say, "Oh, well, that's okay. I don't need them." They're right. I don't need them. I need how many ever they say I can have. Let's apply some equanimity to the issue here. A better approach, right there in house to emulate, was the discussion that J.D. Vance had with Brett Baer. I think he was visiting a manufacturing plant in South Carolina last week. When he sat down with Baer, he talked tariffs and trade as well.
When you talk about the economy, this is Joe Biden's economy, and we inherited $2 trillion of debt, the highest peacetime deficits in American history, a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, which fundamentally means we're not making enough of our own stuff. And the president came in and he said, this is not always going to be easy. It would have been very easy for Donald Trump to do what administrations past have done, which is borrow a lot of money and continue fueling the national debt. He said, no, we need a reset. We need American workers to have better jobs. We need to protect the jobs that they have right now. And we need to be more self-reliant as an economy, which, by the way, will drive down those skyrocketing levels of debt that we've seen. That is what he promised he was going to do. And he came in and we've started that process. Now, you're right, Brett. It doesn't happen overnight. This isn't always going to be easy. But if you think about what he's doing, he's saying for 40 years, with the exception of his first term, you had American leadership who were fundamentally offshoring America's wealth and prosperity to foreign companies. He's saying we're going to reshore America's wealth and make this the golden century for our country.
Yeah, although I have to say, what has happened to America's wealth over the last 40 years? Has it increased exponentially or decreased? It's the former. So all this loss of American wealth business, well, that's not actually what's happened. There are certain sectors that have had a more difficult time than other sectors competing in a global environment. There's no question. And I'm empathetic to people who have lost their jobs. I'm not trying to be in the business of eliminating anybody's jobs, but you have to pursue a certain approach to economic matters. And as Frederick Hayek famously said, to be controlled in our economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything. And when the government is involved, that by definition is control. Corey in Woodlawn.
Hey, thanks for taking the call, Dan. Morning, Amy. Dan, I'm coming to the Cigar Social. I'm going to sit down and have an interesting conversation with you guys.
Are you gonna be announcing your candidacy for Chicago Mayor 2027 at that cigar event?
But I do want to say this. I could take this from anybody but the Democrats. They control everything at the local level.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to hear them say anything about control is almost laughable. I mean, I could say, and I like you and Sean because you're purists, and I tune in for you guys. I like that about you. But I can't take this nonsense from the Democrats. They're just not the people that deliver that message.
No, I hear you. Thanks for the call, Corey. No, I hear you, and I agree. I'm certainly not flacking for them. They're anything but purists. No, I mean they're just of the you say up, I say down. I mean they're simpletons like Kristen Welker, like they're flacks. Except some of them are even dumber than that. Wait till you hear Hank Johnson's latest pronouncement.
Oh boy.
Or Jasmine Crockett's, or Sean Penn's. I could go on and on.
Go on and on. Yeah, a lot of action this weekend, that's for sure.
Bill, Northwest Side.
Yeah, I think the bigger question is why is he sitting down and doing interviews with people like Christian Welker and ABC News and The Atlantic? The only thing they're going to do is try to make him look bad, hit him with gotcha questions and frame the questions to get the answers that they're trying to get. So I think it's just a complete waste of time. And why is he doing it? I mean, what's the upside? That's what I'm interested in knowing. What is the upside?
Thanks for the call, Bill. I think I think for him, it's he loves the action. Yeah. I think as long as he's the center of attention, it's not like he doesn't know these outlets and their representatives are openly hostile to them. He knows who these people are. He watches enough TV.
I'm sorry for interrupting. He didn't treat Kristen Welker as he did Terry Moran. Like he fought back against Terry Moran with Kristen Welker as I don't know.
No, there was a moment where he said this interview is already very unfair. Okay. So it wasn't quite as combative as with Terry Moran, but he loves the action, and if you're talking about him, and everybody's talking about him, and all the outlets are talking about him, then they're not talking about anybody else, and he just sucks all the oxygen out of the room, and that's an approach, frankly, that has worked for him over the last decade. Although I think the left has unwittingly aided and abetted that approach to a great degree, but hey. He is where he is, so it's difficult to argue with success.
Sometimes it comes at you fast and hard, like, that we got, he wants to reopen Alcatraz. He wants to, put 100% tariffs on movies made outside of the United States. And I don't know if he's just making declarative statements or he actually means he wants to reopen Alcatraz. Because anybody that's been to Alcatraz knows exactly what I'm talking about. That's a boondoggle. They're going to reopen that again. That's going to cost millions and millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars is, the cost is hardly prohibitive. I don't know what it would be, but it's a symbolic statement. But
I get it, but
maybe a substantive one too. I wouldn't surprise me. And the Federal Bureau of Prisons said, we take any presidential directive seriously, so we'll see. So now it'd be interesting because, but they can film more movies at Alcatraz. We've already had The Rock. We've got Escape from Alcatraz.
Yeah.
You got Birdman of Alcatraz. Yeah. So it could be another, that could be another.
Location?
Yeah, Hollywood.
Location shoot for Hollywood?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that you really need that these days with the virtual world, but.
No, that's true.
Mike and Dixon.
You know what? I don't care what rhetoric either side uses for these tariffs. It boils down to this for me. unless you move essential manufacturing back to the United States, things like pharmaceuticals and other things that we need on a daily basis, unless you move that manufacturing back here, then we're in for a crisis if something happens between world powers or whatever. And that's the most dangerous thing, and that's the reason tariffs have to be. Move the manufacturing back here.
Yeah, that's not the only way to do it, though, Mike. That's the issue. That's my rub with
years.
that. That is, the only way to get companies to invest in America is through central planning. The only way to get companies to onshore what they've offshored is to impose taxes. Well, that's not true. That's not true. But at the same token, by the way, you're talking about record. Trump is always touting all the records of, billions of dollars investment from this concern and that concern being invested, despite taxes, because America is still the friendliest place for capital, so capital will flow. But one of the things you can do, and we've talked about this in the context of comparing states to states, many states, the right-to-work states that are low-tax states with talented labor pools, there's a lot of manufacturing going on. Have you noticed? Not every state is one of these sclerotic Rust Belt states that has been destroyed from the inside by new Marxists like Illinois. Not every state that has manufacturing has more government employees than they do employees in the manufacturing sector like Illinois does. I think it's still the only one in the Midwest. Maybe Ohio does now, too. I'm not sure. So, and then you go look at what's happening in Texas and South Carolina and Arkansas and other places. It's a different story. So let's be a little bit more textured in our understanding of exactly what's happened than just this phony binary China or the United States, because that's not real. I mean, it's a part of the story, but it's not the entirety of it when I say that's not real. It's not the only thing. Make this a more hospitable environment, business-wise, and at the state level, too, where policy really matters. And I don't think you're going to have problems with Eli Lilly and Pfizer and pharma companies making additional big investments on top of the huge investments they've already made in the United States. I think that crisis is a bit overblown, the prospect of it. Tim in Woodstock.
Hi, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Dan, you've really persuaded me that there's better ways to go about this than the route that Donald Trump is going. But if we take Donald Trump at his word and he really believes this is going to work, I guess my take on it, and I could be wrong, is I think he's really talking about the willingness of the American people to sacrifice it all. In other words, I think in the end, I don't think Donald Trump really cares how many dollars we have, but are the American people willing to sacrifice anything for posterity anymore? I mean, the people who are howling about this, they howl at any kind of a cutting spend that would benefit the future generations that are going to have to pay for it. So I'm not too impressed with their criticism, but I really think he's going to the heart of are the American people willing to sacrifice anything in the short term for long-term benefit?
Maybe. I mean, thanks for the call, Tim. That's a fair read. It's a generous read, but it's fair. It's possible. We should be more explicit about that. But at the end of the day, I think Trump's intentions are pure. I mean, I think they're good. I think he wants America to be strong and vibrant and people to be economically successful. I have no question that that's his aim. But of course, good intentions aren't enough.
Text message, Dan and Amy, Trump's going on these interviews to expose the biases of fake news.
I think he's selling past the close on that. I still think it's so much more that he likes the action. And he understands if they're talking about Trump, then he's winning.
All right, coming up on, or do you want to take another phone call? Yeah,
I'll take Ron on the South Side quickly. Hey, Ron.
Hey, good morning, Dan. And real quick, one of the things I appreciate the guests that you all bring on to deal with this subject of tariffs. It's kind of complex, but you all bring different perspectives. But that was a totally ridiculous comment that he made. I don't want anybody to determine the quantity of what I can purchase, and probably even more than that, the placing on making a judgment value on what I purchase. As you said, Dan, that's cultural. Let that be determined in the marketplace of ideas. So no, this is not a Democrat criticism. That was total nonsense. It didn't bring anything. It did enhance the discussion regarding tariffs. You all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ron. Coming up at 7:07, Trump responds to the prospect that he will walk away from Russia and Ukraine. We'll start there with Stephen Bucci, 7:07.
Today we're going to have mostly cloudy skies, showers and spots, a high of 61 degrees. Then tomorrow, clouds in the morning, then some sun, we hope. It's now 7 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
It's time to reopen Alcatraz. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what President Trump wants.
It's a symbol of law and order.
That's last night as he returned to the White House.
Trump wrote on Truth Social, quote, "For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, repeat criminal offenders who will never contribute anything other than misery and suffering. That is why I am directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the DOJ, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen Alcatraz to house the most ruthless offenders." The prison was once home to some of the most infamous gangsters like Al Capone and Machine Gun Kelly, but it closed in the 60s and now stands as a national landmark and tourist attraction.
That's Fox's Brooke Sigmund. Also last night, the president took issue with foreign films.
If they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, then we should have a tariff on movies that come in.
He says that tariff should be 100%. That's on top of other tariffs already imposed, though some are paused as the president tries to work out trade deals with numerous countries. And on NBC's Meet the Press, he said he doesn't think the economy will slip into recession like Democrats warned. The president also pressed on deportations.
We have thousands of people that we want to take out, and we have some judges that want everybody to go to
Some
court.
of them you appointed, sir, including three on the Supreme Court.
They change. I mean, it's unbelievable.
The president also said he's not sure those in the U.S. illegally have the same due process rights as Americans, saying we can't have millions of trials for those deported. Because of that crackdown,
Chicago and Philly are the two biggest cities that canceled Cinco de Mayo celebrations for today because they claimed that people who would typically go would not be safe from immigration enforcement.
That's Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. Jury selection starts today to put famed rapper and music producer Sean Diddy Combs on trial in New York City on federal charges of sex trafficking and racketeering, which Combs denies. He's also facing numerous lawsuits over sexual misconduct allegations. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 48 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump plans to hold a big military parade in Washington, D.C. Trump was asked by NBC's Meet the Press about the potential cost.
Peanuts compared to the value of doing it. We have the greatest missiles in the world. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest army tanks in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And we're going to celebrate it.
The parade is in honor of Flag Day. Defense officials say the parade comes with a hefty price tag estimated as high as $45 million. President Trump also says he has no plans to run again. He was asked about his organization's website selling 2028 gear on NBC's Meet the Press.
There are many people selling the 2028 hat, but this is not something I'm looking to do. I'm looking to have 4 great years. So many people want me to do it. I have never had requests so strong as that, but it's something that, to the best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to do.
Trump added there's a lot of good Republicans that could be president in 2028. Authorities are investigating a deadly stabbing on Chicago's South Side. Police say a man was standing near a sidewalk Saturday in the 3500 block of South Rhodes Avenue when another person produced a sharp object and swung it at him. The victim suffered a puncture wound to the chest. He was taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. No arrests have been made. News is a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off of any service, including inspections. Don't wait for a heat wave for that old air conditioner to break down. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. I check the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht?
What about how you feel physically, how you wake up each day, how you sleep, what activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Come hungry to Scott Tucker Solutions Night at Portillo's, benefiting the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. Join us Thursday, May 22nd from 5 to 8 p.m. at Portillo's in Niles at 8832 West Dempster Street and use the cashier code Portillo's20. The night's bill is on Scott Tucker, and you eating free Portillo's helps support the families of fallen and disabled Chicago police officers and their families via the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. Enjoy your favorites, hot dogs, Italian beef, and chocolate cake. Scott Tucker is picking up the check, and Portillo's is donating 20% of gross sales to the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. So bring your appetite to Scott Tucker Solutions Night at Portillo's. It's Thursday, May 22nd from 5 to 8 p.m. at the Portillo's in Niles at 8832 West Dempster Street. And make sure to use the cashier code Portillo's20. Eat well and come out and run up Scott Tucker's bill and support the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. We'll see you there. Investment advisory products and services made available through AE Wealth Management, LLC, a registered investment advisor.
Hey, Carl Jackson here for Dennis Prager. While Dennis Prager is recuperating, we know you miss your daily dose of Dennis. That's why Pragertopia is giving you a special gift. Right now, Pragertopia members can hear the best 2 hours of Dennis's favorite segments from as far back as 2010. On Monday, you can hear the Happiness Hour.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what I'm about.
Tuesday is Celebrity Guest Day.
Donald Trump Jr. is in studio with me.
On Wednesday, it's the Male-Female Hour.
I really do wish there were a way to ascertain the number of marriages that this hour has helped.
Thursday, the Ultimate Issues Hour.
Not having ultimate issues clarity is like having a map, but you don't know where you're going.
And Friday is Open Lines.
Feel free to ask me anything about me, about you, about life.
So if you're missing your daily dose of Dennis, go to Pragertopia.com and hear all your favorite segments along with lectures, celebrity interviews, and his famous Torah teachings and more. Get your daily dose of Dennis at Pragertopia.com, Pragertopia.com.
From the Team Hawkburg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, it's about 21 minutes. Outbound, 13 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, about 12 minutes. Outbound, about 20 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 36 minutes. Outbound, about 20 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 33 minutes. Outbound, about 22 minutes. Traffic is a service of Woodland Windows and Doors in Roselle. Brighten your home and make the rooms in your house look better and bigger with larger windows or patio doors this spring. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your consultation today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, considerable cloudiness with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Tomorrow, warmer, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon. We'll see a high of 70. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is sponsored by TJ Stearns Financial Planning. Certified financial planner Tim Stearns holds a weekly discussion of the financial challenges to secure retirement. Listen Saturday at noon for Protect and Grow with Tim Stearns.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Pretty soon, Marco Rubio is going to have every job in the federal government except First Lady. He has replaced Mike Walls as acting National Security Advisor after Walls was announced that he would be moved to U.S. Ambassador to the UN. That requires Senate confirmation. J.D. Vance was asked about that move in his sit-down with Brett Baer and called it a promotion.
So it wasn't let go. He is being made ambassador to the United Nations, which, of course, is a Senate-confirmed position. I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on to do some serious reforms of the National Security Council. He has done that. I like Mike. I think he's a great guy. He's got the trust of both me and the president. But we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador as we get beyond this stage of the reforms that we've made to the National Security Council. You saw the president announce that Marco Rubio is going to step in as interim leader of the National Security Council. So I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterwards. What he thinks is that Mike Waltz is going to better serve the administration, most importantly, the American people in that role, and I happen to agree with him.
He was also, Vance was asked about any other moves coming, any other quote-unquote promotions coming, what's Secretary of Defense Hegseth's standing at present?
Certainly, yes. Pete Hegseth is safe, and I think our cabinet secretaries, you saw yesterday the president, they're all doing a great job. On Pete in particular, I think the thing that is most underappreciated about Pete Hegseth and the great job that he's doing is we came in with the military with a serious morale problem. Recruitment and retention goals in most of the major services were way off. Pete has brought a certain esprit de corps. I think the leadership style has inspired a lot of people to join the military. We're now exceeding our recruitment goals. So, yes, we've got total faith in Pete.
Well, for more on this and other geopolitical matters, Stephen Bucci joins us for our weekly conversation. He served America for 3 decades as an Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thank you.
It's always my pleasure. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Okay. I mean, a promotion, really?
Now, look, the UN ambassador's position is an important one. It is Senate confirmed. It's a big deal. It's not as important in the big scheme of things as the National Security Advisor's role. I think what we saw here was, Trump, I don't think liked the continual wound that had been caused by the original Signal app fiasco, and it's left Hegseth vulnerable. I think he was trying to get the focus off of that, get Waltz out of there, let him go to the UN. I think he'll do a good job in the UN, and Vance is right about one thing. Trump doesn't have any problem firing people and just sending them down the street just because they disagree on something. So at this point, I think someone convinced Trump, look, it's time to move Mike off. Let's give him this other job. He'll still be value added to the administration, but it'll give us a chance to diffuse this one issue, and you get to pick somebody else to come in here and do this. I hope they don't leave Rubio in there too long. Not that he can't do that job, but doing the National Security Advisor and Secretary of State, that's a tough lift for anybody. The only person who's ever done it was Henry Kissinger. And most people who reviewed Kissinger's years said, yeah, it wasn't that great an idea having the same person in both those jobs.
Yeah, but he's also archivist of the United States and administrator of USAID.
Exactly.
So who do you think will be the next National Security Advisor? Or is it just going to leave it to Rubio?
No, I think we'll get another National Security Advisor pretty soon, but it needs to be the right person. So hopefully they're in that process now, looking for somebody, and they'll move it in there. Trump likes to do unorthodox things. Remember, in his first administration, when he couldn't get people confirmed, he just said, well, the heck with it. I'll just run it with the civil servants. And that was a disaster. That was an ambush that he walked into, because most of those civil servants were all Obama holdovers. So I don't think Trump is as naive about the personnel system as he was in the first administration. He's going to find the right person to do this, and it'll be somebody that will be able to carry that baton going forward.
What do you think about Stephen Miller for that role?
Stephen Miller I see more as a domestic chief of staff kind of guy. He's kind of a politico in that regard. I don't know if his foreign policy chops are up to that. He could. He's a smart guy, and he's totally in sync with Trump, which is one of the biggest, qualifications. But I think there might be some question about his foreign policy experience. But he's going to do what the president tells him to do, which is his role, really.
One more. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but just some of the names circulating that would have fit the unorthodox pick selection, and considering where, sort of the areas where they're circulating, you just never know, because I think some of those same areas had a lot to do with Walz's move, or the moving of Walz. Michael Anton, worked at the State Department, and Trump won, wrote speeches. Flight 93 election, he penned that infamous piece in 2016. What do you think about him?
I don't know him that well personally, or even as an observer that much. So I'm going to say I would not recommend that one. Though having a national security advisor that's not completely notorious is actually okay.
Okay.
Have its advantages.
Trump sit down on Meet the Press over the weekend. He was, of course, asked about the state of play with respect to any sort of peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, and he had this to say.
Well, there'll be a time when I will say, okay, keep going, keep being stupid.
When does that come? Are you close to it?
Sometimes I get close to it, and then positive things happen, okay?
What's the red line for you? At what point do you say, that's it, we're walking away?
Well, there'll be a time when I may say that, and if I do,
not
there may be something I can't, maybe it's not possible to do. There's tremendous hatred, just so you understand. Kristen, we're talking tremendous hatred between these two men, and between, some of the soldiers, frankly, between the generals. They've been fighting hard for 3 years. I think we have a very good chance of doing it.
Very quickly, if you do walk away, would that mean that you would pull military and intelligence?
I don't want to say that now. It's too early to say that.
Well, your reaction, Stephen?
Well, first of all, I'm glad we finally got a president that realizes he doesn't have to tell the Kristen Welkers of the world everything he's going to do. That's not a requirement. In fact, it's kind of, okay, they're going to ask the question. They're journalists. They're trying to get somebody to say something that'll give them their Pulitzer. But frankly, they want the Pulitzer whether it hurts or helps the country. That's irrelevant to them. But Trump isn't going to play that game. And he just tells them, no, I'm not going to tell you that. When the other guy who interviewed the president before, whose name I can never even remember, the latest guy with white hair, last week, and he said, no, I'm not going to tell you that. I would never tell you that. And so I'm glad of that. I thought his answers were legitimate. He's looking at these guys, and you don't necessarily want to draw a red line publicly unless that's really where you want to make your stand from a policy standpoint, right? Obama did that and then just let him blow it off in Syria. That totally loses credibility. That there's times when that uncertainty on the part of the people you're trying to influence is okay. You want them to not be real sure of what you're going to do unless it's, if you really do this, I'm going to hammer you. And that's really what you're going to do.
So do you expect this limps on for a while yet? Because I guess you have to start from the premise to allow this to limp on for a while, that if Trump really were to walk away and that Russia would essentially at some point roll into Kyiv and take the country, and that would be a disaster on a number of levels. I mean, is that the premise from which you're starting when you analyze the state of affairs there?
I think, look, the Ukrainians are going to keep fighting, whether we help them or not. So if we just walk away, I think eventually the Russians are going to wear them down, and they're going to be able to take the country. I don't think that's really a good outcome. I don't think, with the mineral deal we just did, that's definitely not an outcome we're going to allow to happen, because that would sort of negate that mineral deal. And we want that deal because we need those minerals. And we darn sure don't want the Russians to have them. That's the same as giving them to China. But I think it will limp on a little bit, because Trump said, look, I'm putting some markers down. I'm talking to these guys. I think we're making progress. So he's hoping to get to peace. If that's unsuccessful, we're not really sure what the administration is going to decide to do. They have not elaborated on that. And, we just need to wait and see what's happening. We don't know what's being said behind those closed doors. How hard is Trump really being with Putin? Or, he could be harder core than we think.
Secretary of State Rubio, going back to him momentarily, because this is yet another instance where we see the West moving in the direction of authoritarianism, or worse, frankly, reporting that Germany just gave its spy agency powers to surveil the opposition Alternative for Democracy, AfD party. Rubio posted, "That's not democracy, it's tyranny in disguise. What is truly extremist is not the popular AfD, which took second in the recent election, but rather the establishment's deadly open border immigration policies that the AfD opposes. Germany should reverse course." And, there's been a series of these incidents, if you will. Marine Le Pen banned from an election in France, Bolsonaro banned from an election in Brazil, Ceausescu election win canceled in Romania, and now AfD designated as an extremist group to give the spy agency the appearance of legitimacy in surveilling them. Is this something that, Rubio is taken to opine on this, so it's got to be important and concerning that Western allies, or even allies in Eastern Europe, like Romania, are trending in a disturbing direction.
Yeah, it is concerning. We don't want our allies and friends going to extremes in either direction. We don't want them to be fascists, and we don't want them to be fascists at the other end with, so-called progressive ideas, but then using fascist methodologies of closing down opposition. We want there to be at least two parties in each of the countries that we support and work with, so there's some, at least, modicum of freedom. This is a disturbing trend, because you notice they didn't really do much of this stuff until conservatives started to really come to the fore again. And now all the progressives in Europe, which is, the whole bureaucratic state there in the EU and everything else, they just think that's anathema. You can't have that anymore. And they use the specter of a Nazi kind of party standing up. Anybody who goes even slightly to the right, that's where they get tarred. Gee, that sounds pretty familiar to me. And, we've gone through the same thing. Fortunately, our voting system weighed in, and the American people said, no, we're not going to allow you to disqualify this guy. We're not going to not vote for him because the Kristen Welkers of the world say, oh, but he's a fascist. Yeah, you have no idea. People that have been under totalitarian regimes weighed in and said, no, this guy's not a totalitarian. He's trying to, promote the values of the majority of the country. So, I don't know what we're going to do about it. Those are other countries. We don't really have that much influence on their votes or on their their administrative decisions, but it's something we should be concerned about and we should watch.
Stephen Bucci served America for 3 decades as Army Special Forces officer and top Pentagon official, now a visiting fellow in the Heritage Foundation's Allison Center for Foreign Policy Studies. Stephen, thank you.
It's my pleasure. It's always good to talk to you.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
This Mother's Day, give Mom something that shines as bright as she does. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for a gift to make Mother's Day unforgettable. Roland's has such a beautiful selection of jewelry, and I'm a longtime customer of Roland's. I love this place, and I want you to make Mom feel truly special with a stunning Simon G necklace, a Roberto coin bracelet to match her style, or sparkling diamond stud earrings. I love that Roland's is family-owned, and I appreciate their expertly trained sales specialists. Roland's will help you find that perfect gift because Mom deserves jewelry she'll cherish forever. Visit Roland's Jewelers, downtown Libertyville, or RolandsJewelers.com. That's ROLLANDS, RolandsJewelers.com. Roland's Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust this Mother's Day, like I do. RolandsJewelers.com, or call them 847-918-7300, 847-918-7300, Roland's Jewelers.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
All right, so I'm a professional varsity worrier, and I've been worried about protecting my home and finally did something about it and contacted Goldilocks Security. Yes, Goldilocks state-of-the-art smart home security system doesn't just record crime, it prevents it. Listen up. With Goldilocks real-time monitoring, the police are notified immediately if someone tries to break into your home. Every second counts. If someone broke into your home tonight, would you have time to react? Well, Goldilocks has given my family and myself much-needed peace of mind. They also offer commercial security systems for any size business. Goldilocks has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, and they've served Chicagoland area since 1981, and they're like-minded folks. So if you're thinking about a security system for your home or for your business, please contact our good friends at Goldilocks Security. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call them today. It's so easy. They came over, gave me an evaluation, then installed the system, and it just did not take long at all. And they're really friendly, and I had a wonderful conversation with the guys. So call them today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Again, 708-889-5600, or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com.
Do you agree that the educational system is broken? The cycle of content conveyance and consumption is failing our children. They are listless, bored, and uninspired. I am Peter Serby, the founder and director of the Riverside Club for Adventure and Imagination, and author of the new book, Casting Fire, a guide to the adventure and imagination of boyhood. The true purpose of education should be to spark a child's curiosity and wonder, to light a fire of creativity, to illuminate a path to find gift and calling. A decade ago, I founded Riverside to rekindle a love of learning in our youth. Our innovative vision immerses boys and girls ages 8 to 14 in epic stories, ignites in them a passion for adventuring in the great outdoors, teaches them the art of craftsmanship, and facilitates strong friendships rooted in faith. Join us on our educational journey. Visit ourside.org to learn more about our imaginative programs and summer camps. And check out my new book, Casting Fire, on Amazon. That's ourside.org.
Spring, a time to get outside, be active, play with the grandkids, enjoy life. But if high blood pressure is holding you back, the sooner you get control of it, the sooner you'll stop being a walking time bomb. High blood pressure is a serious issue. Your blood vessels are constricted, your mortality risk is high. So what can you do besides take medications with side effects? Well, there's a delicious juice that can help bring your numbers back down. It's called 120 Life, and it has natural ingredients that have shown to lower blood pressure. Yes, a superfood juice is showing amazing results for high blood pressure without the side effects of big pharma medication. Try 120 Life risk-free now with a 2-week trial pack. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code 560 to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give your money back if you're not satisfied. Order now. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code 560 at checkout for 15% off.
AM 560, The Answer.
I want to remind people about our golf outing. Yes, it's that time of year again. Time for the annual AM 560 golf outing, sponsored by Signature Bank. We're once again partnering with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. It's a great organization to provide for our first responders and military heroes, including our homeless vets. So we're excited to help raise money for them. It is Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. We have foursomes and twosomes available. And Dan, we have Team Dan, which has been purchased by Thermal Laminating Corporation. Do you know anybody with the Thermal Laminating Corporation, Dan?
I don't know. Not offhand that I'm aware of.
Be your new friends. Team Sean has been purchased by Riverdale Plating. And a drum roll, please. Team Amy has finally been purchased by Dan's friend. Did you have to pay your friend? His name's Chris Morrow from Home State Bank in Crystal Lake. You didn't pay him to take me, did you?
No. He's paying top dollar for your foursome.
Oh,
so,
good.
So he really wants to play with Amy Jacobson. Well, probably one round will disabuse him of that view.
I've been working on my game. I think I changed my swing. I think you're going to be impressed. Maybe you and I can go to the driving range before the
You
event.
and Chris Morrow can do that. I'll, spend some quality time with your foursome in preparation.
Again, it's June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. We have a morning tee time and then an afternoon tee time. All golfers will get a lunch or breakfast buffet, dinner buffet, I should say, and then box lunches. We'll have, prizes, winning foursome, which Dan always wins for some reason. Longest drive, which normally I win or come in second place. Closest to the pin, as well as a silent auction. So be one of the cool kids. Get on board because this event always sells out. The way to sign up your foursome or twosome, go to am560.com/golf. That's am560theanswer.com/golf. 560theanswer.com/golf. And we will see you June 18th. Okay, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
737 Campus Beat, K through 12 Campus Edition, 737.
But now let's head back into that newsroom. Here's Nikki Whaley.
Good morning. It's 48 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560, The Answer Newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. Millions of consumers will be spending money on Cinco de Mayo this year.
Market researchers say about 17% of U.S. consumers will spend at least $25 on supplies for Cinco de Mayo, with some spending up to $100. The research shows most of the holiday spending will be for food and alcohol, and that the most popular alcohol purchase on Cinco de Mayo will be margaritas. I'm Jim Forbes.
Governor Pritzker is denying accusations he's using his influence to discourage other Democrats from running against Juliana Stratton for a vacant U.S. Senate seat. Perry Williams has more.
Sources have told NBC5 Chicago that the governor's camp is telling donors that Congresswoman Lauren Underwood has damaged goods. Pritzker denies that claim.
When there's an open opportunity, everybody who's interested in running should step forward and do so. I would not dissuade somebody from running for public office.
Congresswoman Underwood and Robin Kelly are considering a run for the seat of outgoing Illinois Senator Dick Durbin.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save, on average, 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
It's almost time once again for the annual AM 560 golf outing, presented by Signature Bank. And this year, AM 560 is proud to partner with the Tunnel to Towers Foundation to help them support America's first responder and military heroes, including homeless veterans, and to help America never forget 9/11. This year, our golf outing is happening on Wednesday, June 18th at McRae Memorial Golf Club in Barrington. When you purchase a foursome to join us, you'll enjoy a full day of golf, meals, an awards reception, and a silent auction. And if you're a business owner, when you purchase a foursome, you'll also receive an AM 560 marketing campaign, which includes 25 one-minute commercials to air on AM 560 Monday through Friday between 5 a.m. and 8 p.m., and a free digital marketing analysis. Reserve your foursome today at 560theanswer.com/golf. That's 560theanswer.com/golf. Sponsored in part by Quick Delivery Service and by State Farm Insurance Agent Anthony DeGrotto.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Suzanne called after hearing me explain discount points on my radio show because her son was purchasing a home in Colorado. I answered Suzanne's questions and encouraged her son to call me for a free consultation. Suzanne was so impressed with the service I provided, she wrote this 5-star Google review. Quote, I sent David an email today with a question about discount points that I heard him talk about on his radio show. And he called me back this evening with a complete explanation. I'm so impressed with his responsiveness and knowledge. Thank you, Suzanne, for the amazing review. I strongly encourage everyone to check out Team Hochberg's close to 600 5-star Google reviews. Team Hochberg helped Suzanne and thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, MLS 112-461.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 21 minutes. Outbound, about 14 minutes. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, 18 minutes. Outbound, about 41 minutes. On the Eisenhower inbound from Wolf to the Old Post Office, 35 minutes. Outbound, 26 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 38 minutes. Outbound, about 26 minutes. This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscriptions ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com now for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a quick check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Considerable cloudiness today with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Warmer tomorrow, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon, reaching a high of 70 tomorrow. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
'Cause they got the beat, the campus beat, the campus beat.
Yeah, on this installment of Campus Pete, let's focus on the K-12 campus because there is much to address. The good news first, Texas Governor Greg Abbott signed a school choice bill into law over the weekend that will allocate $1 billion for a scholarship program that allows parents to use public funds to pay for their child's private school tuition.
Good for them.
And this was a fight. And this was a fight that Greg Abbott took up against some Republicans that were also wholly owned subsidiaries of the teachers' unions at the legislative level in Texas, just as they are in Illinois. And it required taking them on and taking some of those Republican incumbents on in primaries and defeating them to put together the votes to move this along. You would think, oh, Texas is so conservative. But, you know, there are entrenched interests everywhere. Texas now joins more than 30 other states that already have similar programs. And not only joins them, it opens with the largest school choice program in the country. 30 states. 30 states. So a supermajority of the country has school choice programs. Illinois not among them, as I'm sure our listeners know. Here's in part how it works. Starting next school year, families can receive $10,000 per year. I think it's 80% of the cost of the per pupil spend in the school district, but can receive $10,000 per year to help pay for the child's private school tuition or costs for homeschooling and virtual learning programs. Children with disabilities can qualify for as much as $30,000 a year. And then, though the program is capped at $1 billion for the first year to cover up to 90,000 students, by 2030, it could be, north of $4 billion a year. A cap gets removed or certainly indexed. But the bottom line is moving kids out of government schools, giving not compelling them, but giving parents who don't have the resources that provide choices, the resources that provide choices. The lifeboat approach. Stop trying to re-engineer centrally planned school districts that are dominated by the teachers' unions and their new Marxist sycophants on school boards and in administrations, and just provide the pathway out for people who want to choose the pathway out. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Gosh, this seems like an issue that could be taken up in Illinois if there was an effort made to actually, in a sustained way, educate the Illinois electorate about what we had and what we lost and what the rest of the country is doing and what the actual performance of the schools that you think are decent or even excellent actually are. And not to mention the stories that don't get a lot of coverage because from every direction, anecdotal, but these anecdotes build up into real data. The plural of anecdote is not data, but you compile enough anecdotes that constitute a representative sample of what's happening in a particular institution, and you got a starting point. Like the incidence of sexual abuse of children in K through 12 government schools that doesn't get talked about, except on our show. Florida elementary school teacher caught sending one of his students a love letter where he apologized for putting slime all over her.
Such a grotesque story. I read that letter.
Fifth grade teacher. Yeah. Fifth grade. Jarrett Williams has resigned following the accusations. On Valentine's Day, the teacher sent the class to the library but kept the fifth grade girl with him alone.
Gross.
Mom said, this male fifth grade teacher led my 11-year-old daughter into his classroom and spent 45 minutes alone with her while the rest of the students went to the library for their specials on Valentine's Day. Where's the accountability? She has nightmares and wakes up having cried in her sleep. The teacher stole a piece of her innocence. Mm-hmm. He is now under investigation by the county sheriff's office, and the New York Post is reporting that a harassment charge is forthcoming. And I'll tell you what, I'm telling these stories about, and I'm not castigating all teachers, obviously. It's a small percentage of a big number, big problem. The estimates, 10%, maybe a little higher. It's 5 million kids system-wide in the country. That's a big problem. And so while I understand it's a small fraction of the teachers, it's not small enough to not matter. It's not small enough to start asking questions about the inability of so many school districts to prevent inviting predators into their schools. You would think there would be heightened awareness with an understanding that child predators go where children are. I mean, do we need, what was his name, the guy that did the To Catch a Predator series?
Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen, yeah. Maybe we need him to do like a government school version, K through 12 government school version of To Catch a Predator. Is that unfair to government schools? No, it isn't.
And it does happen in some private schools, too. I mean, it's not just all public schools, but
I understand.
A lot is in public schools.
Yeah.
And this letter he wrote to her was sick, like, I love you, and, you know, I didn't mean to upset you, and the joy in you is gone, and I am so sorry. And
to an 11-year-old.
To an 11-year-old that he kept away from other students. He held her back in the classroom. They went to the library. It was Valentine's Day, too, which makes it even creepier. Ugh.
Just don't hear the. I know I mentioned this. There's apparently some school districts that are in talks for major settlements because of the repeated incidents of adults sexually abusing children. But it just doesn't get the attention in a place like Chicago that it warrants, just based on the number of incidents. I mean, it's sort of like talking about crimes committed by people in this country illegally. It's a small percentage of the overall immigrant population, even illegal immigrant population, but it turns out to be a real big deal because people are hurt that shouldn't be hurt, because people are in this country that shouldn't be in this country. People are hurt that shouldn't be hurt because people are in schools that shouldn't be in schools. Tony, Downers Grove.
All right, so $10,000 a year, and where's the other money for these families who really can't afford to do it, or maybe it's just families that can't afford to do it? Because schools in Dallas and in Austin, they could be upwards to $30,000 per year for high school.
Right.
So
just like, let me go ahead, Tony.
Go ahead. I'm just saying, it almost seems like a Band-Aid approach instead of fixing the problems in the public schools, which is a hefty lift. But instead of fixing the problems, we're going to say, here's money for a private school. When who really is going to can afford to go to that school? It's not going to be the children.
A lot of people. You'll use the analogy of the collegiate system. It costs $70,000 a year to go to Northwestern, or $80,000 a year to go to Pomona, or some other small liberal arts school. But it costs considerably less to go to, say, Illinois State, or Eastern Illinois, or Southern Illinois. So the same thing happens. Same thing in private schools. It's not even across the board, of course, but there is no government initiated opportunity scholarship program that in this country that I know of that is undersubscribed. That doesn't that would not benefit from more resources. In point of fact, the charter school waiting list in Illinois is in like north of 20,000. So no, it's only the whole idea of the whole sort of theory behind the criticism of school choice just baffles me. Because I Tony's good natured about this. I mean, he's coming from a good place, but I'm not trying to save a system. I'm trying to educate kids. What are you trying to do? I want kids to be educated because that's supposed to be the point. And if there's a system not doing that, we don't have time to let graduating class after graduating class go through without ever having been afforded the opportunity to earn an education while we're trying to, quote unquote, fix the school or fix the school system. I tell you, it's real easy to do that with other people's kids. It's how easy it is to spend other people's money. Yeah, just sit there at Dunbar, in Dunbar High School. Just sit there at Dunbar High School where, as we learned from Ted Dabrowski last week, 0% of the students do math at grade level, 2% read at grade level. Sit there and all the feeder schools to Dunbar, sit there and wait till we get around fixing it. This is a rescue mission with government schools. Yeah, there are some exceptions, but system-wide, it's a rescue mission. It's not a repair mission. Sorry, we're past that point. You should read the Free Press article that we won't be able to get to today. 48 million Americans cannot read at a third grade level. 1 in 5 American adults cannot read at a third grade level. How do you think that portends for America's future? Meanwhile, what are they interested in? These zero-tolerance policies, all these minders in these school districts. And what's my repeated observation about zero-tolerance policies? They feature zero common sense. A Missouri mom and her teenage son are suing the school for suspending him after he made a gun out of Dr. Pepper cans off campus and posted it on Snapchat. Not an actual gun.
Oh, man.
Last year, he glued a bunch of Dr. Pepper cans together in the shape of a rifle as part of a viral can art trend. He posted a Snapchat. A mom of another kid in the school saw it and, of course, found this very threatening.
Oh, and then inserted herself, Nosy Nancy.
Right. So the following day, officials, including the principal and superintendent, informed mom that her son would be suspended for 3 days for quote-unquote cyberbullying, saying that the Snapchat, quote, brought fear to other students, unquote. It's a bunch of empty Dr. Pepper cans in the form of a sport rifle. That's it. The Goldwater Institute is now taking up their case because this kid has First Amendment rights. It was off campus. But this is where we're focused. I mean, in addition to all of the discussion that we've had about the sort of curriculum choices that have been made at so many of these government schools as they are in the business of indoctrinating kids into being left-wing activists as opposed to educating them to be critical thinkers. All this talk about the collegiate level. And meanwhile, as I'll say to my dying breath, the complete obliviousness to what's happening in your backyard, and especially in Illinois, in the suburbs, with the government schools that constitute the overwhelming majority of your property tax bill, in a state with the highest property taxes in the nation. And at best, school districts that are mediocre in terms of performance. And mediocre today would be abject failure 50 years ago, when, as we know in Illinois, statewide, basically you're talking about a third of the kids doing math and reading at grade level. And we're supposed to just let it continue on while we try to fix it with people in charge who have no interest in fixing it, because it's not about educating kids. It's about salaries and benefits for the adults in the system. And meanwhile, the rest of the country, or almost 3/4 of it, is leaving Illinois behind. the latest being Texas. Elise in Rockton.
Hi. I homeschool, and there's a bill right now from sitting in the House Bill 2827. This state does not want choices. This is a government that will sit there and be like, oh, we care so much about your choice. You get to choose. And they don't want you to homeschool. They do not want you to go to private school. It's go to public school or pound salt. They want control of everything. They're not about choice.
Yeah. Right. Thanks for the call, Elise.
They want to know what you're teaching. They want to make sure your kids are immunized, have all their shots. It's none of their business.
By the way, the good news is on that homeschooling bill, it has been sidelined for now. Not that Tara Costa Howard, the Glen Ellen Marxist who sponsored it, can't resuscitate it, but for now it's been sidelined because of the pressure that homeschooling families and their allies brought to bear on the General Assembly. Steve in Oswego.
Hey, Dan, I don't know if you saw, but the Oswego School District is being sued by a student who was abused, and the district hired a teacher who had been convicted twice of offending kids.
Unbelievable. I didn't see that story. Unbelievable.
It came out in December, yeah.
Thanks for the call, Steve. Yeah. The background checks, anybody? I mean, what?
They're just always focused on the wrong thing.
Yeah. Save the system,
what
though.
Do they think of politically? But they might be a child molester.
Save the system at the expense of the kids. That's the mantra of the institutionalists. Save the system at the expense of the kids. Let that sink in. Does it make sense? Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
You've heard us talk about our campaign this spring with Caring Network. They're a local pro-life organization based in Chicagoland, and they're working to prevent abortions in Illinois by reaching abortion-minded women with a message of life and hope. But they need your help to do that. Illinois has unfortunately become a destination for so-called abortion tourism, as our neighboring states have imposed reasonable restrictions on abortion. More women are coming to Illinois. In fact, the number of abortions in Illinois has doubled in less than 7 years. Caring Network is committed to reaching the abortion-minded woman, the woman who gets pregnant unexpectedly and is likely to go to a Planned Parenthood or another abortion provider to end her pregnancy. Caring Network needs your help to reach her first. You can help this effort by making a one-time donation of $150. That amount will make it possible for Caring Network to reach 5 women who are considering abortion. Reaching her first means providing services like telehealth counseling with a nurse or scheduling an in-person appointment to show a pregnant woman her baby on an ultrasound. To learn more and to make a donation to Caring Network, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move. We just listed our house on the market. Just make sure you have the right attorney. Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that? They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, Alex Berenson on COVID as well as climate revisionism. That's 8:08.
Today we're going to have rain on and off throughout the day. Cloudy conditions, a high of 61 degrees. Then tomorrow, keep your fingers crossed. We may have sunshine and 70. It's now 8 a.m. WIND Chicago.
He hopes it's a Hollywood blockbuster. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. President Trump's newest tariff plan.
Other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry. And I'm saying if they're not willing to make a movie inside the United States, and we should have a tariff on movies that come in.
That was last night as he returned to the White House, where Fox's Peter Ducey reads a Truth Social post.
This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. And that is why he is proposing a 100% tariff on movies that are made outside the United States. We know the president has got appointed ambassadors to Hollywood, including Jon Voight and Mel Gibson and Sylvester Stallone. But we also know this year's highest grossing film so far, the Minecraft movie, was shot in the UK and Canada.
Also last night, the president said he plans to order a prison that's now a historic landmark to reopen. Alcatraz off the San Francisco coast, writing he wants to rebuild and enlarge Alcatraz to imprison vicious, violent, repeat criminal offenders.
It housed several well-known criminals, including Al Capone and George Machine Gun Kelly. The prison was closed in 1963 because it became too expensive to operate. Now it's a popular tourist destination with more than 1 million visitors per year. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi calls the president's proposal not a serious one.
That's Fox's Madeline Rivera. Back to tariffs. President Trump tells NBC's Meet the Press he won't say when they might be lifted, especially the 145% charges on Chinese imports, grinding trade to a halt with China as they retaliate with tariffs on American products.
We lost $1 trillion to China. $1 trillion. That means we're not losing $1 trillion when we go cold turkey because we're not doing business with them right now.
The president also says he does not believe the tariffs will lead to a recession like Democrats warn. Israel's planning to expand the war in Gaza against Hamas, which is still holding hostages. Israeli cabinet ministers approved a plan today to take over the entire Gaza Strip, occupying the Palestinian territory. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 49 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. President Trump says he leaves determining what his constitutional duties are to his lawyers. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Trump says he doesn't know all of the legal details involving the courts and deportation, so he leaves that up to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Trump did say that the courts are stopping him from doing his elected duty to deport bad people. President Trump says he may extend the TikTok deadline if there's no deal.
The China-based company ByteDance that owns TikTok was ordered to sell the company to a U.S. backer or be shut down in the States. He told NBC's Meet the Press that the app helped him win over young voters in the 2024 presidential election. At least 170 million Americans use TikTok. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Washington, D.C. is preparing to host the 2027 NFL Draft. An announcement is expected to be made today at the White House, according to ESPN. The event's expected to be held at the National Mall. The draft was last held in Washington, D.C. in 1941. Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle is reacting after a Chicago City Council member announced he may be coming for her job. The 78-year-old lawmaker says she's not fazed by any challenger. 42nd Ward Alderman Brendan Riley says he's considering a run for board president. He added he's hearing from residents, and they say they want to see new leadership. The primary election will be held in March of 2026. News is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but now time for the Signature Bank Business Beat.
I'm Jerry Willis, and this is the Fox Business Report. Wall Street will be starting today's session after the S&P 500 closed higher for 9 days in a row, its longest streak of daily gains since November of 2004. Goldman Sachs economists are confident the Federal Reserve will not lower interest rates at this week's meeting, which wraps up on Wednesday. They say consumer and business surveys have painted an anxious economic mood, but the underlying data isn't showing a serious economic slowdown yet. It's wedding season, though the Wall Street Journal says looming tariffs are prompting brides and grooms to pull back. The National Bridal Retailers Association says about 90% of dresses are manufactured in China, and prices are going up 10 to 30%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
Are you growing your manufacturing team this year and need new employees? Turn to Monarch Technical Services in Rolling Meadows. They've been leading the Chicago staffing industry for manufacturing and engineering since 1987. You'll appreciate their vetting process, payment terms, and dedication towards excellence. They meet every candidate in person to interview and test for specific skills. Monarch assesses experience by using blueprint, shop math, part measurement, and CNC program exams. Monarch Technical offers unique payment terms. You now have 6 months to pay the finder's fee, and if for any reason the candidate leaves your employment, the fee ends. This allows you to make sure direct hire employees are fitting in before fees are paid in full. So if you're growing your manufacturing team this year and searching for exceptional talent and attractive payment terms, contact Monarch Technical Services at 847-342-1221 or visit them online at monarchtechnical.com. That's monarchtechnical.com. Continuing the privilege of enriching manufacturing for 38 years.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-505-8709. 800-505-8709. 800-505-8709.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, about 22 minutes. Outbound, about 19 minutes. On the Kennedy, inbound from Montrose to the Burn interchange, about 20 minutes. Outbound, about 38 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 60 minutes. You got a crash, take it away a left lane between 25th and Harlem. And on the outbound side, about 30 minutes. On the Stevenson, inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 41 minutes. Outbound, about 30 minutes. Traffic is a service of Anthony DeGrotto, your local State Farm agent. Anthony combines good neighbor service with surprisingly great rates. You can combine your home, auto, and life insurance. DeGrottoSF.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today, considerable cloudiness with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight with a low of 47. Tomorrow, warmer, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon. We'll see a high of 70. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The left is just relentless when it comes to writing and rewriting history. So we had the White House Correspondents Association dinner last weekend, weekend before last, at which point the argument was made, and it was repeated on the Sunday Talkies, Chuck Todd and others, podcasts and so forth. That was the time for the press to absolve itself. We should have asked more questions, but we were duped by the senior leadership of the Democratic Party. That's their cover story. They just rinse and repeat relentlessly to hope that becomes the official record. And for those senior members of the Democrat Socialist Party that were flacking for Biden both inside and outside the White House, well, you know what it is. You know what their cover story is. And they persist in telling it because they have an interest in persisting. Here's California Governor Patrick Bateman, who also goes by the name Gavin Newsom, being queried by the BBC on Biden's cognitive decline.
I never had, period, full stop. I would be lying to you, and I won't lie to you, as it relates to the direct engagement I had with Joe Biden that ever suggested a cognitive decline to the degree that we saw at that debate night. And so that was a challenging moment. And of course, over the course of the next few weeks, that moment became a monumental decision where he decided to pass that baton.
Mm-hmm. The one thing Gavin Newsom will never do is lie to you or anybody. That's the one thing he refuses to do. Talk about a punchline. Jen Psaki. It's interesting how this always happens in sort of groups. One person feels the need to rewrite history to benefit themselves, and then others act in concert to do the same. White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki.
I never saw that person, not a single time, and I was in the Oval Office every day, that was on that debate stage. I'm not a doctor. Aging happens quite quickly.
Not a doctor. Just like Ketanji Brown Jackson is not a doctor, so she can't tell you what a woman is. Jasmine Crockett, the it girl of the moment.
People tried to talk about the mental acuity of Joe Biden. And as someone who was able to interact with him, I never questioned his mental acuity.
Mm-hmm. They saw nothing.
Nothing. I hear nothing. I see nothing.
Alex Berenson is the author of Pandemia, How Coronavirus Hysteria Took Over Our Government, Rights, and Lives. His Substack, Unreported Truths, at alexberenson.substack.com. Alex, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Always a pleasure.
Just that Do you find it curious, sort of these fits and starts where certain members of the press and then certain members of the Democrat Party establishment feel the need to revisit the Biden trajectory in the last 6 months of last year and make sure that everybody has their understanding of it? Meanwhile, but the press and the senior leadership of the Democrats are clearly at odds with one another. But again, they're both trying to cover their backside, so that's understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you're seeing is there are books coming out now where various people are being, some people are being honest and some people are being less honest about what they saw, right? So you have Pelosi, being quoted as saying that she was concerned. You have other top Democrats saying they're concerned, and why they're doing this is there's probably internal stuff happening at the top of the Democratic Party that we don't really know. Maybe it could be anything from grudge settling to trying to position yourself for 2028, right, to trying to get in good with some donor who warned you about this. I mean, you're right. They're all playing games with each other. The games have very little to do with the truth. And the truth, Robert Hur told us the truth last year, right? He told us that Joe Biden was a well-meaning, I mean, maybe that part is not true, but we'll say it is, well-meaning man with with a poor elderly man with a poor memory. And that's been true for years. Anything else is not true.
The same thing goes on. I mean, just the approach they take, because we're talking about people more or less of the same ilk, is just really interesting, because the same thing is still happening with COVID, and I assume it will persist, particularly as more information, more studies come out, and there's more uncomfortable results, at least from the perspective of the COVIDians. But I saw a couple of posts just last week. Matt Iglesias, man on the left, supposedly a leftist intellectual. I don't subscribe to that description, but popular on the left, supposed to be a thinker, saying, all this stuff about Fauci and school closures, Fauci wanted the schools reopened, and he cites some clips in the New York Times and elsewhere where Fauci and other officials says we should get the schools open as quickly as possible. So that means Fauci really pressed to have the schools open. Another one is Garrett Jones, who is an econ professor at George Mason. The romantic right is convinced that the masses were on their side during COVID, that only the elites were in favor of mask mandates and lockdowns. And he cites a poll in April of 2022, a year after mass vaccination, where a majority of Americans supported requiring masks on airplanes and public transportation. Yeah, I don't think that was actually the position of the so-called, he calls the romantic right, I would just call the anti-COVIDians, a majority was necessarily with us. We just said it didn't make sense. And I'm not surprised a majority was with the COVIDians, because they had endured 2 years of fear-mongering and propagandizing relentlessly about masks and shaming, and people were being canceled for not wearing masks and not following every COVIDian mandate, standing in their idiot circles and whatnot. But I just found this really interesting, too, this coming out now, where you have to reestablish that masks were popular and that people that sort of paid lip service to not closing the schools were for keeping the schools open. That seems to me all part of rewriting.
Yeah, I mean, so it's interesting because you talked about Biden and sort of the truth about Biden and the press not being aligned with the Democratic Party. The press still isn't telling the truth about COVID, right? So the press and the Democratic blob are still one on COVID. And so that's why you see this very grudging acknowledgement that school closings were a disaster, but really nothing else. They're still fighting about lockdowns. They're still fighting about masks. They're still fighting about vaccines and how many trillion lives the vaccine saved. The country, I would say, I think in May 2022 that poll is right, but the country has taken a look back. I mean, the best thing that happened for those of us who said this was all completely overdone was that everybody wound up getting COVID.
Yeah. Right.
And
even if you were vaccinated, yes.
That's right. So a lot of people who were vaccinated realized that the vaccine side effects that they'd suffered, forgetting even potential long-term ones, but the short-term vaccine side effects they suffered were worse than COVID. And people who weren't vaccinated got COVID, and certainly if they got Omicron, for the most part, they shrugged it off in a few days. Obviously, there were people who got much sicker, but to this day, I don't really know anyone, and I'm in a position to know, I don't really know anyone who wasn't quite sick before getting COVID who got quite sick as a result of COVID. And I think that's where most people are. And so, I mean, it is interesting, for the last few months, last winter, there was a real effort to make bird flu a thing. Mm-hmm. And, the country just was not having it. People are very suspicious right now of the public health establishment. And that is not going to change no matter how much they're lectured by, the New York Times.
Well, the bird flu popped up during the presidential race.
Yep.
Just in time, just before in October, they were trying so hard to get it out there, and it didn't work. But you mentioned in your piece and one of your Substacks that the COVID lockdowns persuaded younger people to swing right. Can you explain?
Yes. Yeah, so this is fascinating. People in sort of 18 to 25 right now are as conservative as they've been in generations. I mean, more conservative. It's hard to find data looking back 100 years where young people are this conservative. And it's very clear that, part of it obviously was its frustration with DEI, and boys are tired of being told how awful they are. But even women are more conservative. They're not as conservative as men, but they're more conservative than they were. And it's very clear that these people, or these kids, they got a year, in some cases 2 years, in states like Illinois or New York, of normal school taken away. They got told that they, in some cases, had to be vaccinated for this thing that they knew they were at no risk for. They had to wear masks, and they've come to the conclusion that, I'm from the government and I'm here to help is one of the three great lies. And I don't think they're going to forget that. I think that this is going to be a change in politics that's going to last a long time, that young people who typically are pretty liberal, this generation of young people is clearly conservative.
I wanted to get to another piece that you penned about that D.C. jet crash, the jet and the helicopter. What we learned about it in terms of the culpability, particularly against the backdrop of a couple more close calls over the weekend at Reagan. And you take the New York Times to task for its coverage. Why?
So this was fascinating. It's been a very interesting couple of weeks for me on the Substack, because this piece also got a lot of attention and frankly deserved it, because the New York Times a week ago Sunday did an investigation, a reconstruction of the crash, which, as we know, a helicopter hit a jet just as it was landing, at Reagan National, and sent that plane into the Potomac, and almost 70 people died, and the 3 people on the Black Hawk, they died too. And so the Times writes this, this monster story. There's 4,000 words, 2 investigative reporters, a lot of work. And they go into everything that sort of set the conditions for the accident. And, a lot of it's actually very good reporting, except what they don't really point out in the piece until near the very end is what actually caused the accident was that the pilot of the Black Hawk was flying too high, was warned by her co-pilot, who actually was training her on this mission, that she was flying too high. Now, she outranked him, but he was technically the senior pilot, and so could have taken the controls, didn't take the controls, and she just flew into this plane and killed everyone. 67. And that's the news. 67 people died. And the Times, they got this, they locked it down, and they didn't write the story that way. And you have to ask, if this woman had been a male pilot, would the story have been told more clearly and with more the blame put where it really should have been put? And by the way, she wasn't just a female pilot. She wasn't that experienced. She worked in the Biden White House, and her main credential that was mentioned in her obituary was that she was a sexual harassment advocate in the Army. So you put it all together, and it's impossible to know what happened in that Black Hawk in the minutes leading up to the crash. Although there may be some voice recordings that we don't have yet. But there's a real story here, and the Times sort of submerged the real story. They didn't hide it completely, but they submerged it in all the background. And that's what I wrote on my Substack and on Twitter or on X in a post that got 8 million views. And so the heartening thing to me is that the sort of alternative media now is so powerful and has such a big reach that if I write that and I say, here's what the Times didn't tell you, more people are going to see that than are going to see the original story.
Well, and the whole thing, too, that artifice that they use is to say, we mention that, but as you say, it's buried so as to not get people thinking about the right questions that need to be asked and the answers that need to be provided.
Yes, it's not lying. It's just framing the issue in a way that doesn't get you, as you say, to the right questions. And is the real issue here one where a male officer or a male warrant officer who was outranked by the pilot was unwilling to challenge her? If that's the thing, maybe there needs to be some change in the way the Army and Air Force are handling these training flights. That's a good question. The other stuff that the Times raised, they raised important issues, but they didn't ever even begin to ask that question.
Alex Berenson is the author of Pandemia, How Coronavirus Hysteria Took Over Our Government, Rights, and Lives. Again, his popular Substack, Unreported Truths, which you can read and sign up for at alexberenson.substack.com. Alex, thank you as always.
Thanks for having me, and I'm hoping to come out to Chicago this summer, and I hope we can do it in person if I do.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be awesome.
All right, thanks, Danny.
Thank you, and he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
All right, they've been around for 8 years because they're that good. Of course, I'm talking about QC Kinetics. They've been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain. 50,000 satisfied patients, and you can be next. People with knee and back pain are now living pain-free. Shoulder and hip pain, well, it is gone. It's a remarkable way that they use regenerative cell therapy to restore tissue in your achy joints. Now, I'm not a doctor, and I can't explain it well in less than a minute, but you can find out for yourselves how amazing QC Kinetics is. Contact them today. Schedule your free consultation. I promise you. And they'll let you know whether or not you're a good candidate for regenerative medicine. Call QC Kinetics today at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. Call them today. They have Saturday appointments available. With QC Kinetics, there's no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. It's an all-natural option with lasting relief. Imagine doing all the things you enjoyed this summer without joint pain. Get your life together now. Be proactive. 312-809-5955.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-founders of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago contains 23 natural ingredients that work synergistically to boost your immune system. Virago's natural ingredients also protect your heart, your brain, and your liver through its anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties. Virago also promotes healthy gum health. So go to myvirago.com, that's myvirogo.com, and use promo code IMMUNE to get 30% off. And remember, Maha starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
All right.
You've heard us talk about our campaign this spring with Caring Network. They're a local pro-life organization based in Chicagoland, and they're working to prevent abortions in Illinois by reaching abortion-minded women with a message of life and hope. But they need your help to do that. Illinois has unfortunately become a destination for so-called abortion tourism, as our neighboring states have imposed reasonable restrictions on abortion. More women are coming to Illinois. In fact, the number of abortions in Illinois has doubled in less than 7 years. Caring Network is committed to reaching the abortion-minded woman, the woman who gets pregnant unexpectedly and is likely to go to a Planned Parenthood or another abortion provider to end her pregnancy. Caring Network needs your help to reach her first. You can help this effort by making a one-time donation of $150. That amount will make it possible for Caring Network to reach 5 women who are considering abortion. Reaching her first means providing services like telehealth counseling with a nurse or scheduling an in-person appointment to show a pregnant woman her baby on an ultrasound. To learn more and to make a donation to Caring Network, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
All across the country, states are embracing school choice, as we were just discussing earlier about Texas, and they're offering vouchers to families to send students to whichever school they want, including private schools. Well, that's not the case here in Illinois. In fact, they took away scholarships. Well, we have a solution if you want to send your child to a private school. It is called ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. It's simple. Just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. Tell us which private school you want to send your child to, and then we contact that school on your behalf and work to secure a voucher for half off the first year of tuition, typically saving thousands of dollars for families. Now, the program only applies to new students who are not currently enrolled in the school. So if you've been considering sending your child to a private school and thought it was financially out of reach, well, just go to ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com to learn more and start the process today. That's ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Quickly, just because I'm sure you'll see Illinois legislative Democrats follow suit. Did you see this video that Connecticut Senate Democrats put together?
What is it?
When politicians try to get theatrical and make a funny, Connecticut Senate Democrats on Trump's 100 days.
I'd rather have 100 bad haircuts than to deal with 100 days of Donald Trump.
I'd rather have 100 vaccination shots in my arm.
I would rather have to take 100 scammer calls than go through the last 100 days.
I would rather have 100 children on a bus singing 100 bottles of beer on the walk.
I would rather sit on Interstate 84 in a traffic jam for 100 hours.
I'd rather cook 100 family meals, and believe me, my kids are going to find this very funny, than 100 days of Trump.
I'd rather take the bar exam 100 times than have another 100 days of the Trump administration.
Yeah, she probably had to take a 98 to pass.
Hey-o.
They're so much fun. They're fun, aren't they?
To watch or listen to. Yeah, they're great. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We'll talk law and order and trade with University of Chicago law professor Richard Epstein at 8:38.
Oh, yeah, I love him. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Nikki Whaley. Ooh, flashback.
Good morning. It's 49 degrees in Chicago in the AM 560 The Answer newsroom. I'm Nikki Whaley. You'll need a real ID starting Wednesday to board a domestic flight. The Trump administration says all states will need to comply by the May 7th deadline. Real ID is an enhanced security driver's license. The government will begin collecting defaulted student loan payments starting today. The collection efforts will be the first since the start of the pandemic. The Trump administration says the debt will be collected through a Treasury Department program that withholds payments from tax refunds, wages, and government benefits. Governor Pritzker says he's not decided if he's going to seek a third term in office. He appeared on the Jimmy Kimmel Show last week. Pritzker was evasive with the TV host's question about a possible presidential run in 2028. He responded by saying there's a lot of time between now and when you're suggesting. Some people close to Pritzker expect him to seek a third term at the end of this month. News is a service of almostfreetea.com. What if you could save 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreetea.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Quick Delivery Service.
You've worked hard and accumulated wealth, but you know the pitfalls involved in passing significant assets to your heirs. The team at Spahn Financial will help you feel secure with personalized financial planning to achieve your legacy goals. They anticipate and manage all your wealth planning needs and focus on the full financial picture, including tax efficiency, income distribution throughout retirement, philanthropic giving, estate planning, and more. They even help you prepare the next generation to be good stewards. Kevin Spahn is a 2025 Barron's Top 1200 financial advisor, and Spahn Financial is a Forbes Best in State Wealth Management team. Visit SpahnFinancial.com to schedule a consultation and to view disclosures. That's SPAHN Financial.com. Barron's Top 1200 Financial Advisors List, March 2025. Data as of 9/30/2024. Forbes Best in State Wealth Management Team, January 2025. Data as of 3/31/24. No compensation provided for ratings. Marketing fees apply to promote ratings. Rankings and recognitions are no guarantee of future investment success.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
The summer heat in Chicagoland is no joke. And if your old air conditioner is making funny noises, you may already know it's time for a new unit.
Look, your air conditioner, it's a disaster. People are telling me it's the worst ever.
Don't sweat it, literally. When it comes to cooling your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Rebates are still available, financing is flexible, and at Air Right installations are smooth and professional with no surprises.
It's beautiful. Some people say it's the coolest air anyone's ever felt. I don't know. That's just what they're saying. It's doing an incredible job. Really tremendous.
Plus, tell them AM 560 sent you, and Air Right will give you $56 off any service. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, I'm Nikki Whaley. On the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, 18 minutes, 17 minutes outbound. On the Kennedy inbound from Montrose to the Burn Interchange, 19 minutes, outbound 37 minutes. On the Eisenhower, inbound from Wolf to the old post office, 61 minutes. Crash, left lanes blocked. That's going to be between 25th and Harlem. On the outbound side, it's about 29 minutes. On the Stevenson inbound from the Tri-State to Lakeshore Drive, 49 minutes. Outbound, it's about 29 minutes. This report is sponsored by Robert Half. At Robert Half, they found that 67% of companies want to increase contract talent. That's why their recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI work quickly to find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Considerable cloudiness today with a passing shower and a high of 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Warmer tomorrow, mostly cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon, reaching a high of 70 tomorrow. I'm Jillian Ford on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. There's no shortage of ideas about the processing of people in this country illegally out of this country in terms of how to comply with federal court decisions and be in good standing when some of these matters ultimately make their way to the Supreme Court. You've heard at the state level, Ron DeSantis, we talked about last week, volunteer some of the JAG Corps officers in his National Guard to be administrative hearing judges to help the federal government process illegal immigrants residing in Florida out of the country, comply with some standard notion of due process and move the process along. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz posted a video too discussing this and suggested that, look, you need probable cause to detain, and then one of the things that perhaps you could do to comport with, again, sort of administrative, not a criminal, but an administrative standard of due process is to remove them to a safe third country where they could access the American embassy and have a rolling series of administrative hearings where they can, if they weren't able to prove up their citizenship before they were removed, they could have a hearing where they could prove up their citizenship or their claim to access to our country through Zoom. So they're off American soil, and they get their day in court, if you will. But even still, that calls into question the ability to do that with due speed when you're talking about the millions of people that we're talking about. So how should we think about a approach to due process that comports with the Supreme Court's decisions about the rights that anybody in this country is entitled to, and sort of the fairness argument that is being advanced in a lot of quarters, which is so a president can illegally open the borders and invite anybody from across the world to come in at their leisure and parole them into this country. He can do that en masse, but we can't remove same people en masse. That doesn't seem to make any sense. For some perspective on that issue and a few others, please be joined again by law professor Richard Epstein, the James Parker Hall Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus of Law and Senior Lecturer at the University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yes, I'm ready for whatever questions you want to throw at me.
Well, let's do that. I'm sure you are, but let's do this. The due process. The Constitution is silent on illegal immigrants in large measures. It pertains to this, but we know through the development of the law there are certain rights that are conferred to individuals on American soil. So when you're talking about the numbers we're talking about and moving people from arrest for probable or detention for probable cause of being in this country illegally to a final order of removal, is there a way to do this en masse that would pass Supreme Court muster, constitutional muster with the High Court?
I think the answer to that question today is no. There has to be some degree of individualization. The question is just how exhaustive does it have to be? I think one of the things I would want to check is Obama, for all of his hesitancy on this issue, also deported millions of people, and he did so in accordance with the law. So one of the things that I would do is try to figure out what it is that he did and how much of it could be incorporated. I also agree with what Dershowitz says, is that you may not have to hold them in the United States during the hearing, but you have to hold them in an area where there's an access to that. But basically, if you start looking at the particular Constitution, there's another very interesting element there, which is no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. It has no territorial component built into it. And we've had a number of cases in which people have been held by Americans overseas, and they said that the due process rights don't attach unless it turns out that they were shipped there from the United States, which would cover these cases. But even the other point I think is wrong. The question about whether or not you get due process is, are they in custody of the United States? Where they're held is, it seems to me, a complete mistake. Now, the question is then, can you get some kind of protocol that would do this? So, for example, tattoos would be a very powerful indication of one thing or another. Photographs of them crossing over the line without any objection from the Biden administration, or even having them help people get across into this country would be fine. Having sort of records of financial stuff about where they stayed and who hid them and so forth would be fine. The point about this is you certainly don't want to begin with 2-day hearings to everybody, but you're probably going to have to give them 30 minutes or whatever it is. I don't know how it would go, but I think it could be done. I mean, let me put it this way. The fact that Biden was illegal in the way in which he did things, and they were illegal, I mean, just let everybody in, doesn't mean that you can be illegal on the other side of this when you want to get them out. There's a long tradition in America, going back very, very far, which says that when you're trying to figure out what foreign policy is in terms of dealing with other nations and so forth, starting war and not, the judiciary has a very small role to play. But the moment it turns out that the rights of people, aliens included, that are at stake, then due process kicks in. I mean, I did these long debates over the 14th Amendment, because of the birthright citizenship case. But if you look at it, you'll see that citizens get one set of rights, but all persons get due process rights under the 14th Amendment. And so what happens is you can't shortcut this. You have to do it right. And for President Trump to shortcut it, he's got a legitimacy deficit that he has to cure.
Well, the Obama that you mentioned, the 3 million or so individuals that he deported, a majority of those, by some estimates, were done through expedited removal, where low-level immigration officers can remove certain non-citizens from the United States without a hearing before an immigration judge. And if you're an undocumented or an illegal that's put into an expedited removal proceeding, you're still entitled to access the asylum system. If they have a legitimate claim under asylum, but you could. It seems to me you could do expedited removal in the same way that Obama did, and have them access the asylum system on foreign soil.
Look, that's what I said. Essentially, the reason you want to do this is you need some cover. You don't want to be breaking all sorts of novel new grounds on legal theories when you have a massive problem, because if you do that, the whole thing is completely clouded down on your head. And one of the dangers that the Trump administration has done is it gives itself very broad authorizations under statutes which everybody reads much more narrowly than they do. The tariff stuff he's doing under an emergency act, which doesn't call for tariffs, doesn't even allow for them. All of the stuff with respect to the Alien Enemies Act would, in fact, allow him not only to deport members of gangs, but every person in a company, because the Alien Enemies Act says if they have their gang that's coming into this country, they're at war with us, so everybody from that country is an enemy alien, at least if they're 14 years old and male. And he's really on the edge of this stuff, so he has to be able to walk this thing back, and he wants to put a larger budget into it. I think that's fine. I did look at the budget. I think the budget for the wall is probably not necessary now. The reason is, if you enforce the existing law, the immigration goes to a trip, and you don't have to do with that. Our major problem now is not keeping people out, and I think Trump deserves a great deal of praise for making good on that particular promise to stop the influx, which was massively disruptive. And now I think if he just completes it, he doesn't want to ruin his reputation by mishandling the deportation issue, in my judgment. I mean, he just really needs to have somebody do him. The problem that he has is he doesn't have any no men around him. Everybody's a yes man. And so he doesn't get any counter feedback. And that's the big difference between this administration and the last. And he's going to head over a cliff if he does this in the wrong way. Aliens are very funny people. Here was a joke that was told to me in all seriousness many years ago. Somebody said, I'm in favor of getting every illegal alien out of Texas except the ones who work for me.
Right. Yeah, right. Get it.
Yeah, so does everybody get it. The ambivalence is deep. If you show a personal attraction, it changes everything. The Trump strategy is trying to keep all these people anonymous. The other strategy will be try to individuate them. And I think somewhere between the two of them is probably the best way in which to go. I thought Biden made a terrible mistake back in 2021 when he said we're going to let people come into this country instead of putting them in detention facilities that we paid for and run in Mexico. But look, he was the world's worst president on just about everything he ever touched. And one of the things that has to happen is if you do something terrible in a former administration, the new administration, as a matter of law, is bound by it, even though it's hated it. And so what Trump has to do is to live with a dreadful Biden legacy. And I think the way to do it is to play it in accordance with something that's been done before. And the Obama stuff would give him an enormous amount of legitimacy. The real rhetoric that he does with respect to this and going forward has just hurt him terribly. And remember, his numbers are down, and they will continue to go down so long as people seem to believe that he has a streak of cruelty in the kinds of things that he does, and a streak of blindness with respect to the tariff issue, which I wrote about last week, and which, if we had time, we could happen to talk about.
So, yeah, let's talk about that, because you wrote that why reciprocal trade negotiations are going to fail. Can you explain?
Sure. What happens is, if you look at these things as an economic matter, every time you have an asymmetrical relationship, I buy from you and don't sell you anything, what happens is the trade deficit between those two parties starts to increase. Well, that sounds terrible. But remember, these people aren't being ripped up. Both parties have gained. And so the trade deficit gets large. At the same time, the opportunities for profit get larger as well. So what happens with the trade deficit? If you've got only two countries involved in this, then you have to start selling very inefficient things to people who don't want to buy them. So then look what happens to the deficit if you start adding two more people in. The guy who's selling everything to you is buying it from somebody else. He has a huge deficit there. And the guy that basically is paying it here sells it to somebody else and gets this huge credit there. So if you put it as a four-person game, all of a sudden the deficits shrink and the gains from trade start to increase. If you're doing reciprocal trade, you can't get advantage of figuring out how parties 2 and 3 work. Now, Trump is cagey, and if you listen to the way he's described it recently, he said, well, I'm going to negotiate with the EU instead of with Italy, Greece, Spain, and so forth. What happens is when you do a large negotiation like that, there's going to be much more reverse flow one way or another. The European nations have rightly pointed out that if you're looking at all this situation, you have to take into account services, which the Americans sell in abundance to Europeans. And then all of a sudden, in a $2 trillion economy, the net deficit is $50 billion or something, which is trivial to worry about. And so what happens is he has to concentrate on gains. And every time he relaxes a tariff, the stock market goes up. Every time he announces a new one, like today with the movies and so forth, the stock market starts to go down. But he's too bullheaded to simply say I'm wrong. That's just not part of his vocabulary. What he's going to do is he's going to start to grant more exemptions of one kind or another, delays, side deals. So already he's basically put some of the tariffs off of Canadian parts because the American supply lines go back and forth through Canada in a million different ways. And if you disrupt them at even one stage, both countries start to lose. Look, this is sequential production. That is, you do some A, B, C, D, and you're on a railroad track, right? And you break the track at one place, you can't get from A to A. And that's what you do when you start putting these reciprocal tariffs on. And so it's really an extremely bad idea.
Well, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you, as I've been articulating on this show since the Liberation Day, as he called it. But I mean, but my take on it from the beginning has been sort of rigid consistency.
The hobgoblin of little minds.
Yes, very good. Well, foolish consistency, I think, is the yes, but I don't think that's what he's going for either. I think my supposition from the beginning has been what he's going to do is there's going to be a lot of trade deals that look like the USMCA from his first term, where to varying degrees of complexity, and so the net will be more open markets for more American goods and probably more protections for some American industrial sectors. And the net is going to be perhaps modestly positive like the USMCA was.
Well, my guess is going to be largely negative because I think the ability to make these deals is much more difficult if they don't have matching constituencies. You can do it with Europe. You could do it with Israel. The Israelis were thrilled by making this kind of deal because they still have their very ancient labor history background, which caused all their production in many areas, and double open tariffs is a win-win on both sides. But it turns out you look at the Chinese negotiations and say, yeah, we're so happy to talk with you, but you have to drop all your tariffs first. And Trump doesn't want to do that. They don't want to deal. That's a huge economy. And where is it going to be really conspicuous if we don't get the flood of cheap Chinese toys into the United States for the selling system? It's a disaster. Remember,
yeah, but China, but not interrupt. But I mean, China's has relaxed some of their tariffs too because they're not able to produce, for example, ethane on the mass scale that they need to, and so forth.
I mean, that's the exact point. But if you start putting these things on and have ad hoc exceptions, they do it the other way. Look, let me mention another point. If suppose your rival puts tariffs on you, how do you reciprocate? Well, a tariff is basically like predatory pricing because they accompany them with subsidies. And what you do is every time they want to subsidize something, you buy it and then use it in your production scheme. You want to make sure that you have long-term contracts to hedge against sudden disruption. On the other thing, when they put tariffs on themselves, what they do is they make themselves inferior competitors in the third world market. Mm-hmm. So one of the most amazing things about Europe is there's not a single major company that has formed in that place in the last 25 years. And the reason is between the tariffs, the antitrust restrictions, and so forth, and the crazy subsidies and the union domination, they can't do anything. So they hurt themselves for the benefit of us. They're killing themselves by putting tariffs on goods coming in because they then can't export. There's no reason for us to try to imitate them. My view on tariffs has generally been unilateral surrender. Gets you more in any market than does the stuff that they're having there. What I don't have is any confidence in Trump because of his rhetoric. Everybody who has a balance of trade that's positive with us is a cheater. You don't want to be talking like that. All it does is inflame people. And the other problem about it is you start getting into real ugly spikes about the tariff stuff, you lose political influence. You get liberal governments in Canada and Australia. He's dropped everything about Greenland, as far as I can tell, because it doesn't do it. So what he has to do is essentially has to be Trump 1, not Trump 2. Has to go back to what he did in the first administration with those kinds of people and start it over again. And he's just too bent on vengeance on every area of which I know for him to be effective. And the tariffs is one of the kinds of things that leaves me so completely unnerved. As you well know, every time somebody wanted to prosecute him before he was elected, I was 100% behind him in saying that these things were political witch hunts. I haven't changed my mind about that. But I don't want him to respond to stupid vengeance action by doing the same thing to his opponent. We really have to kind of clean up the act in the Trump administration. And if we do that, he can bring you the prosperity that he's promising. Remember, he's working off the worst administration in the history of Western civilization. Well, exaggeration. In Biden, what you want to do is to make sure that the things that he did wrong, you undo, and he's undone a lot of them, right? One of the reasons why the economy is so strong, Dan, is the domestic change on energy production and so forth is a huge plus. At the same time, tariffs are a huge minus. Well, we could keep the plus without the minus.
Richard Epstein, James Parker Hall, Distinguished Service Professor Emeritus of Law and Senior Lecturer at the University of Chicago. Professor Epstein, thank you as always.
It's always a pleasure, and thank you, Amy.
Thank you, and have a wonderful day. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Business owners, now's the time for your business to make the move to a locally owned business bank. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that you don't have to look far. Signature Bank was founded in Chicago with a simple mission to help companies like yours grow, succeed, and thrive. Their decisions are made locally by a terrific team that knows your name, cares about your business, and invests in your success. That's why Signature Bank is my bank. I'm a customer. As business owners, they knew that local family-owned businesses were not getting the help they needed or deserved. So I invite you to reach out to my friends at Signature Bank today. Write the number down. Remember this phone number, Signature Bank, 773-467-5630, and learn all about this great bank, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
You heard the news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange and listed on the big board. Millions of Americans like you are joining our news revolution. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top 12 news brands in America. Even President Trump says it's terrific. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax, and its audience grew 50% since the same time last year. Millions really are making the switch to Newsmax. If you want to be a Newsmax share owner, call your advisor or get more info at newsmaxinvest.com. Stand with Newsmax today for a strong America. This communication is for informational purposes only and shall not be intended to or shall not constitute any offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, or sale would be unlawful.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe? No-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. Straight Talk. Real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 5/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store single line activation on qualifying plan. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in contiguous U.S.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, another day of excellence in broadcasting. Thanks, of course, to the Zoo crew, George Hoffman, Paul, who's new here, while Justin is on maternity leave. 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
It's Cinco de Mayo. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, but not as festive for some this year. Amid President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown, Fox's Peter Ducey reports from the White House.
Some big cities, including Chicago and Philadelphia, are calling off planned Cinco de Mayo celebrations today. Officials believe that people attending could be rounded up by ICE, something the acting director of ICE says is just silly.
It's a bad narrative that's being spun in the press, right? It's a talking point.
And the president seems less interested in rounding up illegal immigrants who might be going to a Cinco de Mayo parade. He's more interested than he is in sending the worst of the worst criminal suspects to Alcatraz.
That is the famous prison that closed in 1963, now a tourist attraction and historic landmark.
President Trump tells reporters it's coming back.
It's a symbol of law and order. And, it's got quite a history, frankly.
The president says he's directing the administration to reopen the hard-to-reach California Island jail, saying in a Truth Social post the new Alcatraz will be substantially enlarged and used to, quote, house America's most ruthless and violent offenders.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. President Trump, who keeps dismissing concerns tariffs he's imposed worldwide will put the economy in recession, is planning another tariff on foreign-made films.
Other nations, a lot of them, have stolen our movie industry.
He wants that tariff on movies made overseas to be 100%. The war in Gaza may soon escalate.
Israel's governing cabinet is granting approval to a plan to seize control of the entire Gaza Strip using military force and to maintain control for an undetermined period of time. The plan's approval comes as Israel's military issued a large call-up of its reserve soldiers as the Hamas terrorists in Gaza refuse to release remaining hostages taken on October 7th of 2023, including American citizen Edan Alexander.
Fox's Evan Brown. America's listening to Fox News.
Now, your official weather forecast.
For this afternoon, considerably cloudy with a shower in spots, high up to 61. Partly cloudy tonight with low 47. Warmer tomorrow, cloudy in the morning, followed by clouds breaking for some sun in the afternoon with a high 70. Clear to partly cloudy tomorrow night with low 53. Partial sunshine come Wednesday, breezy and turning cooler in the afternoon, high 68. I'm Ruth O'Brien for AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560The 560theanswer.com. For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Goldbert's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Virago Immune Support Supplement.
When you hear the term living better, what do you think about? More money? A bigger house? Maybe a yacht? What about how you feel physically? How you wake up each day? How you sleep? What activities you can and cannot do? When you feel good, life is good. So if pain is affecting your life, see how Relief Factor can help. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Developed by doctors, it doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or even eliminate pain. In fact, the longer you take it, the more effective it is. So give their 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95, less than $1 a day. And it just takes a phone call, 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Wherever you're hurting, in 3 weeks or even days, Relief Factor can give you a chance to rediscover the true meaning of living better again. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
The following is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways with the purpose of soliciting sales of vacation ownership. For complete details, please visit fvgradio.com. If you want a 100% complimentary stay at a luxury resort in Cancun, airfare not included, then Family Vacation Getaways is your ticket to paradise. See website for complete details. We're giving away 5 days and 4 nights to the first 50 callers who can name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird. An animal that lays eggs and is not a bird. Do you know it? Call now, 800-208-0414, 800-208-0414. You're also eligible for an exciting bonus vacation to Orlando, Florida for just $498. And don't worry about anything ruining your plans. We can extend your travel up to 18 months. Name an animal that lays eggs and is not a bird, and you get a complimentary Cancun resort stay and an optional bonus vacation to Orlando for just $498. What are you waiting for? Call 800-208-0414, 800-208-0414, and give us your answer. The proceeding is not a contest and is a paid advertisement by Family Vacation Getaways and not sponsored by this program or its affiliates.
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560. The Answer.
Portions of the following program may contain pre-recorded material.
He's the happy conservative warrior, Mike Gallagher, broadcasting across hundreds of radio stations nationwide and seen on your trusted conservative TV network, Salem News Channel. Here's Mike.
I come into work today with sort of a bit of a heavy heart. I made the mistake of picking up the New York Times at the Charlotte airport yesterday. I was flying from Savannah to New York, and I had to go through Charlotte, and boy, oh boy, what a mess that is. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, who live in or near Charlotte, but your airport is like a bomb went off in there. Seen those videos in India of all the people clamoring to get on a train? That's what it feels like at the Charlotte airport. Whoa, it's a mess. Anyway, I had some time to kill, and I grabbed a New York Times, and I'm sitting there with my jaw hanging open, reading column after column of how Trump is destroying the country. It's like they rounded up all their columnists, Maureen Dowd and David Brooks and Ross Douthat and all the star columnists, and just did a huge Never Trump edition. Here's why he's destroying democracy. Here's why he's destroying the media. Oh, he's going to defund PBS. I mean, watching them carry on about PBS and NPR losing a few percentage points of their budget. If they can't survive because they lose it's not even a predominant amount of money for them, and they're squealing like pigs. They're shrieking to the heavens, oh, democracy's coming to an end. We've got to provide NPR to rural West Virginia. My gosh. These aren't serious people, but they are very serious about opposing the Trump administration. And I suppose we knew we were in for that. But between the New York Times and 60 Minutes last night, evidently they did a whole hit piece on Trump. Not a surprise. The media is, and I just wonder how much, I always wonder, and I ask you this question regularly, is it all performative? Do they really think that Trump wants to kill them? And you think I'm kidding when I use that term. Jasmine Crockett, whatever you think of her, has emerged as one of the stars of the Democrat Party. I mean, it's a little depressing, but it's true. Here she was on MSNBC. Check this out.
We need to make sure that the American people are just as enraged as we all should be, because this administration is truly trying to kill us, it feels like.
This administration is truly trying to kill us. Now, if you picked up the New York Times yesterday, you would be shattered because it's that bad. You should, I mean, and the cover of the opinion section of the New York Times was in a big red page. It was big red page by design, I can promise you. This is fire alarm, 10 alarm fire. And listen to the headline on the Sunday opinion section of the New York Times. Repress dissent, shatter precedents, dismantle oversight, bully the opposition, crush the institutions, seize executive power. The great Scott Jennings took that page and posted it and said, oh, I'm glad the New York Times finally figured out what the Democrats are up to. Because that sounds like the Democrat playbook, doesn't it? Listen to that headline again from the New York Times. Repress dissent. What do you think they did during the 2016 and 2020 elections? You weren't allowed to say anything that didn't go along with the groupthink, whether it was the pandemic or election integrity. The Democrats mastered the repression of dissent. Shatter precedents. Oh, let's drudge up some expired misdemeanors, turn them into 34 felonies, and get a dopey New York jury to convict him. Yeah, that's called shattering precedents. Dismantle oversight. The Democrats have railed in favor of that for years and years. Bully the opposition. You think these are nice people on the left? You don't think they bully the people they oppose? What do you think it means to destroy somebody's car because you don't like Elon Musk? What do you suppose it is to burn down a building, a fast food joint, because there was a police shooting? What do you think they do? They're masters at bullying the opposition. Seize executive power. I mean, all this is the Democrat handbook. And yet the New York Times decides we're going to apply this towards Donald Trump. Incidentally, speaking of Jasmine Crockett, let's look at another doozy. Here's a flashback. For some reason, I don't know why this came across my feed. Oh, is this all in? It's all in her native tongue, right? Ilhan Omar. What? Ilhan Omar, cut 11. Here's Ilhan Omar. This is a clip talking about